Chapter 3530. Although Feng Qingyang had always felt that the place he was trapped in was not simple, he did not expect it to be left behind by an immortal expert. He originally thought he was bold enough to think that the place was left behind by a divine emperor or even an emperor god. As for the ultimate gods who are above the emperor god, the most powerful existence in this world, he did not dare to think about it. Now he knew that the place was left behind by an immortal expert who was above the ultimate god level. How big was the gap between an immortal expert and an ultimate god? According to the rumors Feng Qingyang heard, the divine messengers around an immortal expert were all ultimate gods. Moreover, they were not ordinary ultimate gods. That was why he could not calm down for a long time after hearing the news brought by his disciple Duan Lingtian. There's an inheritance left behind by an immortal expert at the end of the last passage. Even though Feng Qingyang had walked for more than 10,000 years and experienced many hardships to get to where he was today, he could not help but feel excited when he learned that he was recognized by an immortal expert and had the opportunity to obtain the inheritance. It was only after a while that he calmed down. If it were someone else, even a godly king, celestial emperor, or ultimate god would have lost their composure because of Feng Qingyang. What did the inheritance of an immortal expert mean? An immortal expert possessed the most powerful strength in this world and had endless life. Even if he wanted to take in a disciple, it was something that could be done with just a word. There was no need to go through so much trouble. An immortal expert who left behind such an inheritance is usually an immortal expert who is about to die. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he learned this from the world-cleansing divine water. Sister Water, are you sure? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. An immortal expert was extremely powerful. Even if his opponent was an immortal expert and he could not defeat them, he should be able to escape. Why would such an existence leave behind such a place of inheritance before he died? That must be it. The world-cleansing divine water said matter-of-factly, if a supreme master wants to find an inheritor, all he needs to do is to say a word and countless people will come to find him. No matter what the request is, as long as someone can fulfill it, that person will be found. You can't imagine how great the influence of an omnipotent is. That is an existence that stands at the highest point in this world. Every word and action of theirs can decide the life and death of millions of people. When a supreme expert leaves behind a land of inheritance, it usually happens when they reach the end of their lifespan. They realize that they have stood at the peak of the world all their lives, but they don't have a successor to inherit their legacy. Because of this, they feel regret. Therefore, before they die, they spend all their strength to leave behind a land of inheritance. The world-cleansing divine waters, words enlightened Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this was what they meant when they said that it was lonely at the top. Utmost powerful beings stood at the highest point of this world, overlooking the masses and looking down on the world. Perhaps they had never thought that they would one day reach the end of their lifespan. When they truly reached the end of their lifespan, it was already too late for them to regret not finding a successor in the past. At that time, those who felt that it didn't matter if they inherited their legacy or not would not spend so much effort to leave behind a land of inheritance. However, those who wanted to inherit their legacy would spend a lot of effort to leave behind a land of inheritance. However, when your master obtains the supreme expert's legacy, he'll be tainted by karma as well. If he becomes a supreme expert in the future, even if the supreme expert who left behind the legacy doesn't ask him to avenge him, the person who killed the supreme expert who left behind the legacy won't let your master off so easily, the world-cleansing divine water said. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, in the eyes of that supreme powerhouse, your master is his mortal enemy. He should have killed your master in the past. Now that the successor has appeared, it's equivalent to the rebirth of his mortal enemy. He won't allow such a threat to continue growing. There's a difference in strength between the strongest and the weakest. Furthermore, it's not as if the strongest who has lived longer will be stronger. Some of the strongest who rose up in the younger generation will be able to reach the peak of this world in a short period of time and become one of the strongest existences among the strongest. That ultimate powerhouse will be worried that your master will catch up to him after he becomes an ultimate powerhouse. At that time, if your master wants to kill him to avenge the ultimate powerhouse who left behind his legacy, won't he be in a passive position? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard the world cleansing divine water's words. It seemed like obtaining the supreme expert's legacy was not a good thing after all. The world cleansing divine water continued. It's the same for the supreme expert's divinity in your possession. The world cleansing divine water continued to say, the godhead of a supreme powerhouse was left behind after the death of a supreme powerhouse. The person who killed him must have known his methods very well. In the future, if you become a supreme powerhouse by relying on the law of space, it's fine if you don't reveal your strength. However, if you reveal your strength, there will be traces of the supreme powerhouse who left behind the godhead. If the people who killed him back then found you and confirmed that you might be his successor, they would also make a move against you and kill you in the cradle. Duan Lingtian was initially worried about his master, Feng Qingyang. However, when he heard the world cleansing divine water's words, he was dumbfounded. As it turned out, he had already formed the karma of the supreme expert's legacy. However, when Duan Lingtian thought about the supreme expert's divinity in his possession and the help it had given him, his expression turned solemn as his eyes glinted. The supreme expert's divinity has helped me a lot. It's a huge credit to me that I'm who I am today. If I have the chance to become a supreme expert in the future, it'll be fine if the person who killed the owner of the supreme expert's divinity doesn't come looking for me. However, if he does, I'll avenge him and end this karma. Duan Lingtian was not afraid when he heard the world cleansing divine water's words. Instead, he felt that it was an opportunity for him to avenge the owner of the supreme expert's divinity. He did not want to owe anyone a favor, although the supreme expert's divinity was given to him by his good friend, Huang Jiaolong. He had formed the karma between him and the owner of the supreme expert's divinity. It would be fine if he did not have the chance to end this karma. However, if he had the chance, he would definitely end it. This was the principle of how he conducted himself. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian still transmitted the world cleansing divine waters words to his master, Feng Qingyang. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Qingyang smiled indifferently. If I become a supreme expert, it's fine if that person doesn't come looking for me. However, if he dares to come looking for me, I'll know who the enemy of the supreme expert who left his legacy behind is. At that time, unless he's able to kill me, I'll definitely send him on his way if I don't die. Feng Qingyang's words were straightforward. There was no hint of fear in his voice. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It seemed like his master had the same thoughts as him. All right, you should focus on absorbing the profundities from the law of time. Once you've comprehended all the profundities from the law of time, you'll be able to come out. Feng Qingyang said with a sigh, initially I thought you'd be expelled. I didn't expect you to be able to master the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. You've won the approval of the secret room and didn't get expelled. Moreover, I didn't expect your family and friends to be able to absorb the profundities from the law of time. Your daughter's future is limitless. Feng Qingyang was not stingy with his words of praise for his grand disciple. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian was lucky enough not to be expelled from the secret room. Although he had told Duan Lingtian that his family and friends could absorb the profundities from the law of time in the secret room, he did not think Duan Lingtian's family and friends would be able to absorb the profundities from the law of time. He was even more shocked when he learned that Duan Lingtian's daughter, Duan Siling, was not expelled from the secret room. Master, after leaving the Azura Hell, I'll ask my daughter and my family and friends to come out and meet you. Previously, they were cultivating, so I didn't interrupt them. Now that I've interrupted them, it's time for me to greet them. Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. All right, Feng Qingyang replied. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Duan Lingtian, focus on absorbing the law of time. For a time, Duan Lingtian did not continue to communicate with Feng Qingyang. He immersed himself in the process of absorbing the law of time with his divine consciousness. He enjoyed the process more and more. The process of forcibly taking the law of time for himself was intoxicating. In the past, he had to comprehend the law of time on his own. Even if he had the supreme powerhouse divinity, he still had to comprehend the law of time on his own. Unlike now, when the law of time permeated the air, he could completely take it for himself, fuse it into his soul, and completely make it his comprehension of the laws. Time continued to pass by quietly. Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed, but he had completely mastered all the profundities from the law of time. The law of time also had 9 profundities. Naturally, the 9 profundities included the fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity. There were a total of 8 profundities. Currently, Duan Lingtian had comprehended all 8 profundities to the mastery stage. However, there were no signs of them being fused together. At this time, he also discovered that he could no longer continue to capture nomological laws in this secret room of time law. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he saw his daughter, Duan Siling, sitting cross-legged in front of him. She stared at him with her big, bright eyes. Father, you've also completely mastered all the profundities from the law of time. What? You've already mastered it? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. His daughter had mastered all the profundities from the law of time earlier than him? Duan Siling giggled. Father, I've mastered the law of time for quite some time now. I used to comprehend the law of time, so I have a certain foundation. It's only natural that I've mastered it earlier than you. However, I didn't expect there to be such a magical place. In the past, the speed at which I comprehended the law of time was very slow. However, now that I've grasped all the profundities from the law of time, I've mastered all the profundities from the law of time to the mastery stage. Chapter 35-31. Yes. Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at his daughter. Unknowingly, his attention was completely focused on his daughter's face. Some familiar silhouettes also appeared in his mind at the right time. Kerr. He had been separated from Kerr for 600 years. When he was separated from Kerr, both he and Kerr were not even 100 years old. The time they had been apart was longer than the time they had known each other. Father, do you miss Mother? Although Feng Tianwu had treated Duan Siling as her own daughter, Duan Siling could not replace Ku'er as her mother in Duan Siling's heart ever since they left the divine offering land in the realms of gods and traveled in the mundane realms with Feng Tianwu. When Duan Siling saw the change in her father's eyes, she could vaguely guess what her father was thinking. Yes. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and nodded as a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. I wonder how your mother is now. Father, don't worry. Mother will be fine. Mother will wait for us to reunite as a family, Duan Siling said solemnly. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not want to reveal too many negative emotions in front of his daughter. At the same time, he could not help but worry. Was Ku'er doing well in the world of divine remains? The realm battlefield was formed when the realms of gods collided once every 10,000 years. It would last for 1,000 years. During this period, anyone from the realms of gods could enter the realm battlefield and kill people from other realms of gods to obtain military merits and be rewarded by the supreme powerhouses. The realm battlefield was more like a playground for the supreme powerhouses. However, for those who entered the realm battlefield from the realms of gods, it was a place filled with killing. Those who did not come from the same realms of gods would kill each other as soon as they met. Moreover, if one revealed one's wealth, Even those from the same realms of gods would attack one mercilessly. Reality was cruel. Swoosh, swoosh, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of ice-cold chilliness appeared on an ice field in the dimensional battlefield, accompanied by waves of clear sword whistles. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a vast area, causing the temperature of the ice field, which was already low, to drop even further. In the void, two beautiful figures stood there. The person standing behind him looked to be in her 20s. She wore a light yellow dress and had a pretty face. However, her eyes seemed to be constantly moving. At that very moment, her gaze fell upon the three figures in the distant sky. They were all frozen into ice sculptures. Their bodies were all riddled with holes, and those holes seemed to contain an extremely frightening ice-cold aura. In front of this woman stood a woman in snow-white robes. In front of this woman, although the woman behind her had a beautiful face, at first glance, she looked like a maid at most. The woman in white had a face that could topple cities. As she stood there, her cold temperament was like a blooming lotus, causing people to be mesmerized. At this moment, she was holding a sparkling and translucent sword in her hand. An extremely cold aura was being emitted from the sword. The ice and fire were being weakened and finally merged into the sword. If there were any knowledgeable people here, they would immediately recognize the ice and fire on the sword as the sword soul. However, it was obvious that she had suffered heavy injuries. Pooh! Without any warning, the white-clad woman's delicate body trembled slightly. At the same time, she spat out a mouthful of blood. It shot out like a blood arrow and froze in the blink of an eye. "Sister Kerr, you're injured?" The woman behind her cried out in alarm. She walked forward and asked with concern. "I'm fine." The white-clothed woman addressed as Big Sister Coer replied indifferently. "Unfortunately, the sword soul in my divine sword was almost destroyed. If I want to recover it, I'm afraid it'll take at least a few decades." Although she said that she was fine, the more she spoke, the more dispirited her tone became. "Sister Kerr, if there's no other way, why don't you leave the realm battlefield and return to the divine offering land? With your strength at such a young age, there must be a powerful force behind you, right?" As the woman reached the end of her sentence, she asked in a seemingly unintentional manner, "I won't leave the realm battlefield for the time being." The white-clad woman shook her head. "If you want to leave, you can leave on your own. With your strength, it's best if you don't stay here and risk your life if it's not necessary." "What about you, Sister Kerr?" the woman asked. "I have my reasons." The white-clad woman's eyes glinted as two figures appeared in her mind. One was a purple-clad young man, and the other was a little girl. "Brother Tian, Si Ling, are both of you doing well? It's better for me to follow you, Sister Kerr. I'll leave after you've recovered." The woman shook her head. "All right." The white-clad woman was none other than Kerr, who had entered the realm battlefield many years ago. More accurately, she was the daughter of the Xia clan in the divine offering land, Xia Ningshui. After a few hundred years, she had already regained the cultivation base she had in her past life. However, she still felt that it was not enough. She needed to become stronger. The realm battlefield was the only way for her to become stronger in the shortest time possible. This was something that the clan behind her had spared no effort in nurturing her, but they could not give her. "Sister Kerr, what's your surname?" the woman in a light yellow dress asked again. "Duan," Kerr replied indifferently. She was not familiar with this woman. She had only met her by chance and saved her life. After learning that the woman was also from the divine offering land, she had been following her. With her character, she did not agree to let the woman follow her, but she did not reject her either. However, along the way, Kerr had been very cold to her. The woman did not seem to care about Kerr's coldness at all and insisted on following Kerr. "Duan? Kerr Duan?" The woman raised her eyebrows. Her eyes flickered again. "Sister Kerr, I don't think I've heard of the Duan clan in our divine offering land. Are you from some big clan? I don't belong to any clan or clan. I'm a rogue cultivator, Kerr said. A rogue cultivator? An imperceptible glint flashed across the woman's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. I need to find a place to recover. I won't be going out for the time being. You'd better leave this place and return to the divine offering land, Kerr said to the woman. As she spoke, she flew above the ice field. Finally, she chose a glacier and opened up a cave at the foot of the glacier to cultivate and recover. Sister Kerr, I'll stand guard for you. You can leave after you've recovered. The woman did not leave. Tong Xiao Xiao, am a grateful person. You've saved my life before, so I won't abandon you at a time like this. Tong Xiao Xiao followed Kerr into the cave that Kerr had opened up. Since it took a lot of effort to open up the cave, Kerr's aura had become more and more weak. She no longer paid any attention to Tong Xiao Xiao. After entering the cave, she casually set up a formation in the surroundings before she began to meditate and recover. Tong Xiao Xiao watched as Kerr closed her eyes and began to cultivate to recover. After a while, Tong Xiao Xiao called out tentatively, Sister Kerr? However, Kerr did not respond to her. In the end, a hint of greed flashed across her eyes. She raised her hand, and a vast and unparalleled divine energy swept out. In an instant, the formation that Kerr had set up around her was shattered. An even more violent energy exploded and swept toward Kerr. At the same time, Tong Xiao Xiao's eyes burned with passion. As long as she killed this woman, she would be able to obtain all the treasures on her. Just as Tong Xiao Xiao was about to succeed and Kerr was about to die, Kerr suddenly opened her eyes. An extremely cold aura filled the air and an ice wall appeared in front of her. A basket was in front of her and Tong Xiao Xiao. Bang! There was a loud bang and clear cracks appeared on the ice wall. However, it had completely blocked Tong Xiao Xiao's attack. How can this be? Tong Xiao Xiao's expression changed greatly. She subconsciously cried out in disbelief. How can you still have such great power? Weren't you injured? You tricked me. So what if I tricked you? Kerr stood up. Her snow-white robes fluttered in the wind. Her autumn eyes were calm and cold. You've been unwilling to leave. You've always wanted to take risks with me. I found it strange. Although I've saved your life, I didn't expect you to repay me. However, I didn't expect you to be the one I least expected. Not only do you not know how to repay me, you're even biting the hand that feeds you. Kerr's tone was extremely cold. At the same time, the entire cave dwelling was enveloped by a layer of cold air. Boundless, icy energy swept out and instantly formed a prison that sealed Tong Xiao Xiao within. Boom! Rumble! Tong Xiao Xiao was skilled in the law of lightning. Her violent energy wreaked havoc as she tried to break through the law of ice. However, it was futile. Although the difference in strength between her and Kerr's was not large, it was not small either. Big Sister Kerr, I was just joking. Tong Xiao Xiao realized that she could not forcefully break through the prison and squeezed out a bright smile. Big Sister Kerr, I'll leave now. I'll get away from you. I gave you a chance. Kerr ignored Tong Xiao Xiao's words and said indifferently. At the same time, the moment she finished speaking, the law of ice combined with divine power swept out and froze Tong Xiao Xiao into an ice sculpture. Then, with a gentle push of her palm, the ice sculpture turned into powder. I'm Kerr in this life and also Xia Ningxue in my previous life. If it was only the Kerr in this life, she might not be wary of you. However, as the daughter of the Xia family, I've seen a lot of deception and deception. How could I trust you so easily? Kerr looked indifferently at the ice shards that were scattered all over the ground. At the same time, she raised her head and looked outside the cave dwelling. Brother Tian, you have to take good care of yourself. Kerr's love for you has not changed. However, Kerr is no longer the same as before. Kerr will take good care of herself and protect herself. You can rest assured. Chapter 35-32. After comprehending all the profundities from the law of time, Duan Lingtian allowed his daughter, Duan Siling, to return to his little world. Before that, he told Duan Siling not to enter closed-door cultivation for the time being. He wanted to introduce her and his family to his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Master. Feng Qingyang led Duan Lingtian out of the secret room that contained the law of time. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian, "Now, go to the place where I stayed and cultivate. Consume the exploding element celestial fruit and try to become a 10 directions celestial emperor as soon as possible. The environment there is not bad. With the help of the exploding element celestial fruit, you'll be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort." Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian. This was something he had planned for a long time. If the secret chamber that contained the law of time did not reject his disciple, that place would not reject him as well. Although Meng Luo did not cultivate for long in the secret chamber, he has made great progress. "Master, I won't be going there." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "Let's return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven first. After I introduce you to my family and friends, I'll cultivate in seclusion in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Upon seeing the slight frown on his master's face, Duan Lingtian knew his master did not want him to miss out on the opportunity to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was comparable to the cultivation environment in the realms of gods. "Master, I have a way to enjoy the cultivation environment in the realms of gods." In the end, Duan Lingtian did not tell his master how he could enjoy the cultivation environment in the realms of gods so that Feng Qingyang would not overthink things. Although it was not that he did not trust his master Feng Qingyang, it was better for fewer people to know about some things. Naturally, if his master, Feng Qingyang, asked him about it, he would still tell him the answer. However, Duan Lingtian knew his master, Feng Qingyang, would not ask about it. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. A surprised expression appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, "In that case, I'll bring you back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As the master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and your master, it's time for me to meet your family and friends." Feng Qingyang said. From the beginning to the end, Feng Qingyang did not ask how Duan Lingtian enjoyed the cultivation environment in the realms of gods. However, even though he did not ask, he did not continue to dwell on this issue. It was obvious that he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. This was also his trust in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian followed Feng Qingyang out of the Azura Hell and entered the transportation formation in the independent realm of the Azura Hell before they were transported to another Devata realm. It was neither the primeval heaven nor the solitary destructive heaven. After arriving in the Devata realm, the duo used the nearest transporting formation to return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Soon after, they returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the main hall of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang stood at the head of the table, while Duan Lingtian stood below him. At the entrance of the main hall, Elder Hua, who was wearing a fiery red robe, stood there as the gatekeeper. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his little world, several figures appeared before him. They were Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rafeng, mother, Li Ro, and wife, Li Fei. "Master, this is my father, this is my father, this is..." After Duan Rafeng and the others appeared, Duan Lingtian patiently introduced them to Feng Qingyang. A rare smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he saw Feng Qingyang's family and friends. He nodded at Duan Rafeng and the others in a friendly manner. As the saying went, love me, love my dog. Father, mother, little Fei, Ling Yen Tian. This is my master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian did not forget to introduce Feng Qingyang to his family and friends. Although he had mentioned Feng Qingyang many times, this was the first time his family and friends were looking at Feng Qingyang in the eyes. Since Duan Rafeng and the others had spent some time in the divine offering land, they did not feel awkward when they saw Feng Qingyang. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. I'm Duan Rafeng. Duan Rafeng took the initiative to greet Feng Qingyang. Before the others could say anything, Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Rafeng and said, Brother Duan, your son is my only true disciple. It's only appropriate for us to address each other as brothers. It's inappropriate for us to address each other as brothers. Feng Qingyang said with a smile. Yes, big brother Feng. Duan Rafeng was a quick-witted person. Since Feng Qingyang had spoken, he immediately changed the way he addressed Duan Rafeng. At this moment, Li Ro also greeted Feng Qingyang. Greetings, big brother Feng. I'm Li Ro. Greetings, master. Li Fei bowed respectfully at Feng Qingyang. She had long heard about the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and knew he was an extraordinary person. He was even more extraordinary than her grandmaster, who was also a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Greetings, grandmaster. Duan Ling and Duan Yentian bowed at Feng Qingyang as well. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Feng Wudao did not address Duan Rafeng as Duan Rafeng did. Although the matter between his daughter and Duan Lingtian was settled, they were not officially married yet. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided not to address Feng Qingyang as Big Brother Feng, like Duan Rafeng. Ha! Feng Qingyang laughed. Feng Qingyang laughed before he looked at Feng Wudao and said, Brother Feng, just like Brother Duan, you can address me as Brother Feng. I'm also aware of the matter between your daughter, Tianwu, and my disciple. Tianwu, is it? Then Feng Qingyang looked at Feng Tianwu and said with a smile, You should address me as master like little Tian. Speaking of which, you're also a member of the Seven Absolutes sect in the mundane realm. We're family. Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu had already learned about the matter between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian from Hulao. For this reason, he was familiar with Feng Tianwu and Feng Wudao. What about us? How should we address you? Little Gold, who was usually carefree, behaved herself in front of Feng Qingyang. You're Little Gold, right? Feng Qingyang looked at Little Gold before he turned to look at Little Black and Little White. The three of you can address me as Junior Uncle. Junior Uncle Feng. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White hurriedly bowed at Feng Qingyang. Soon after, Feng Qingyang's eyes landed on Mu Yi. She's Mu Yi, the successor of the Seven Absolute Sect's prophet progeny. Mu Yi seemed extremely uneasy when she saw Feng Qingyang's gaze on her. You, Duan Lingtian sighed. Master, she's junior sister Mu Yi. Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Then his powerful divine consciousness swept out and entered Mu Yi's soul before he quickly withdrew. He shook his head and said, It's indeed troublesome for her to have an incomplete soul. However, it's said that there are treasures in the realms of gods that can repair souls. However, with her condition, even if her soul is repaired, she won't be able to remember much of her past. After all, her incomplete memories have already disappeared along with that portion of her soul. Feng Qingyang said, There's a treasure that can repair junior sister Mu Yi's soul? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. A hint of anticipation could be seen on his face. Even if Mu Yi could not remember her past, it was still a good thing that her soul could be repaired. At the very least, Mu Yi's intelligence would grow. She would no longer be as childlike as she was now. There's such a saying. As for whether it's true or not, we'll have to go to the realms of gods to verify it. Feng Qingyang said, I'll ask Ling Jueyun about it. Since Mui Yi's soul was about to be restored, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel anxious. After bidding farewell to Feng Qingyang and the others, he made his way to the transportation formation in the Devata realms to return to the primeval heaven. When he arrived in the primeval heaven, he immediately sent a message to Ling Jueyun to ask if he had the treasure. Yes. Ling Jueyun quickly replied to Duan Lingtian. Is that why you came all the way here? Why don't you just ask Sister Huang? Ling Jueyun was confused when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Huang, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He smiled wryly and said, I was too anxious. I only thought about you and forgot about her. The Devata realms battle of the geniuses has ended, right? Duan Lingtian asked. It ended a long time ago, Ling Jueyun said. It's been a few months since the battle of the geniuses ended. When do you plan to enter the secret chamber in the Tidal Temple's main hall to comprehend the laws? After some time. What about you? Duan Lingtian asked. I should return in a few days, Ling Jueyun replied. Both of them chatted for a while longer before Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left the primeval heaven through the transportation formation. He returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It only took 15 minutes for Duan Lingtian to return. When Duan Lingtian returned, he discovered his son, daughter Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were all holding a brocade box in their hands. This is... Duan Lingtian was stunned. Father, this is a gift from Grandmaster, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard this. He looked at Feng Qingyang, but before he could say anything, Feng Qingyang said, They're just small trinkets. They're not worth mentioning. Small trinkets? Duan Lingtian didn't believe that something that could make his master give him a gift would be some small toy. They were definitely valuable items. I'll allocate an area for all of you in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You can cultivate there and take a stroll around the heavenly palace. It's quite tiring to stay in Little Tian's little world, right? Feng Qingyang said to Duan Rafeng and the others with a smile. Chapter 35-33. Thank you, Brother Feng. Duan Rafeng and Li Ro thanked Duan Rafeng profusely. At the same time, Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said, There's another successor of the Seven Absolute sect in your little world, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian replied, It's Xuanai. I've mentioned her to you before, Master. However, Xuanai is currently in closed-door cultivation. I couldn't wake her up when we were in the secret chamber using the law of time. I'll bring her to you when she wakes up, Master. Previously, when they were in the Azura Hell, Han Shu and I had entered a profound state of cultivation. Although Duan Lingtian had tried to wake her up, he could not. Even his divine consciousness, voice transmission, did not work. Although Duan Lingtian could have forced her to wake up, he did not do so. This was because, based on Han Xuanai's state at that time, if he were to forcefully wake her up, it was very likely that she would suffer from qi deviation or even more terrifying effects. Therefore, under such circumstances, even if he had the opportunity to enter the secret room with the law of time, he still did not wake her up. Apart from that, he had another thought in mind. Even if Xuanai did not enter the secret chamber using the law of time this time, he would have another chance. He was too embarrassed to ask his master, Feng Qingyang. However, he did not hesitate to ask Xuanai, since she was also a member of the Seven Absolute sect when she was in the mundane realm. She could be considered as a junior of his master, Feng Qingyang. In terms of seniority, Xuanai would have to address Feng Qingyang as senior uncle at the very least. There's no hurry. We can meet at any time. Feng Qingyang smiled. He was genuinely happy that he was able to meet so many members of the Seven Absolutes sect in the Devata realms. After all, he had lived for more than 10,000 years, and the time he spent in the mundane realms had given him the greatest sense of belonging. The Seven Absolute Sect, the Misty Rain Sword Saint, these were the greatest honors of his life. For this reason, even after he ascended to the Devata realms, he still called himself Recluse Yenyu. Based on this, one could see how deep his feelings for the Seven Absolute Sect were. Duan Lingtian was also aware of this, which was why he was so fearless. "Where is my other disciple's wife?" Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and said with a smile, "Not only did I prepare a gift for Xuanai, but I also prepared a gift for my disciple's wife." Duan Lingtian naturally knew that Feng Qingyang was referring to Huan. He smiled awkwardly and said, "She's also in seclusion. When she wakes up, I'll bring her over to greet you." "Yes." Feng Qingyang nodded. He quickly changed the topic and asked, When do you plan to go to the Tidal Temple?" Apart from the exploding element, celestial fruit, the first place in the Devata realm's genius battle would also be given the opportunity to comprehend the laws in the secret room in the Tidal Temple's main hall. Apart from that, the first place would also be given the longest time in the secret room. The lower the ranking, the shorter the time spent in the law chamber. "I'll first break through to the 10 directions, celestial emperor realm, and spend some time with my family before I think about it." Duan Lingtian expressed his thoughts. Although he was looking forward to exploring the other secret rooms, he knew it was better to be hasty than to be a 10 directions celestial emperor. He had to become a 10 directions celestial emperor first. Furthermore, he had yet to properly spend time with his family during this reunion. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to properly spend time with his family. In the future, all of them would have to cultivate, and he might not be able to gather all of them. "Yes." Feng Qingyang nodded. "Whenever you want to go, just let me know." "At that time, I will go with you." He had no choice but to go with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was certain that the Tidal Temple wanted to imprison his disciple, Duan Lingtian, in the Tidal Temple. However, the benefits of the law chamber were too great. With him around, his disciple would be much safer. At the very least, if anything happened, he would be able to save his disciple immediately. "Thank you, Master." Duan Lingtian thanked Duan Lingtian. He knew the Tidal Temple was like a tiger's den to him. If it were not for his master, he did not know what the Tidal Temple would do to him. Even if they could not make a move on him in the Tidal Temple, they could still make a move on him after he left. Many titled god emperors were godly spirit realm experts. Even if he became a 10 directions celestial emperor, he would still be no match for the titled god emperors, let alone the current Duan Lingtian. He was confident that he was as strong as an 8-star god of war after becoming a 10 directions celestial emperor. Feng Qingyang arranged a place for Duan Lingtian's friends and family to stay in a vast mountain range in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The mountain range surrounded the mountain range, and there were small valleys in the middle. After Duan Lingtian's friends and family arrived here, they basically had their own valleys. For example, Duan Lingtian's parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Ro, were the first to choose a small valley as their residence. There was a ready-made courtyard within the small valley, and the interior and exterior had already been cleaned up. It was the same for the small valleys. It was clear Duan Lingtian had put in a lot of effort. "Tian, it seems like your master has long prepared this place for you." Duan Rufeng sighed. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, "Since Brother Feng has treated you so well, you mustn't let him down. Otherwise, I won't forgive you easily even if I'm your father." "Don't worry, father. I know what I'm doing," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "You too. What are you talking about?" Li Ro rebuked Duan Rufeng. "Don't you know what kind of person our son is? For Big Brother Feng to treat him like this, he will definitely repay him with a gushing spring and not let him down. Mother knows me best." Upon hearing Li Ro's words, Duan Lingtian's smile widened. Meanwhile, Duan Rafeng shook his head helplessly as he sighed. A kind mother makes a bad son. A kind mother makes a bad son. Father, mother, I'll go and see them. After bidding farewell to Duan Rafeng and Li Ro, Duan Lingtian went to another small valley. His wife, Li Fei, daughter, Feng Tianwu, were waiting for him. The valleys that his master, Feng Qingyang, had prepared for him were spacious with many rooms. Therefore, it was not too crowded when Li Fei, Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian moved in. As for Duan Lingtian's son, Duan Lingtian, he planned to stay with Duan Lingtian. Father, where are you staying? I'll stay with you. Duan Lingtian smiled at his son, who was looking at him with admiration. Come with me to look for your grandfather Feng. I'll stay with all of you from now on. The grandfather Feng that Duan Lingtian mentioned was none other than Feng Tianwu's father, Feng Wu Dao. During this time, Duan Lingtian brought Huan and Duan Lingtian's parents to stay in a quiet valley. Ever since Lian Xiao and Du Xian returned from the Saint Province realm, they had been staying in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian arranged for them to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Where's Huan? However, they missed their daughter more than they did. Huan is in closed-door cultivation. I'll bring her to see you when she comes out. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. After settling Du Xian and her husband down, Duan Lingtian began to set up chain formations that shrouded the residences of his friends and family. With his residence as the center, he began to channel the heaven and earth spirit energy to his friends and family. To be more precise, he was channeling the heaven and earth spirit energy from his little world. With this, as long as he stayed in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, his family and friends would be able to enjoy the cleansing of the heaven and earth spirit energy. With this, their cultivation would be much easier. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle. He consumed the exploding element celestial fruit and began to focus on his cultivation. His cultivation base was rising with every passing moment. He was getting closer and closer to becoming a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. I'll become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor before I turn 700 years old. Then, I'll try to break through to the godly spirit stage. After I become a god, I'll have to work hard to improve my strength. If I'm just an ordinary god after 300 years, I won't be able to bring Kerr away even if I go to the divine offering land. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. In the past, Duan Lingtian did not know much about godly beings. He thought he would be able to rescue Ku-Er after he had ascended to godhood when the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms opened. However, the more he learned about gods, the more he realized how insignificant he was. In the realms of gods, ordinary gods were nothing at all. In the realms of gods, gods and god kings are as common as dogs. Duan Lingtian had heard his master, Feng Qingyang, mention this before. Although there were many celestials in the realms of gods, most of them were natives of the realms of gods. As long as one's innate talent was not too bad, it was only a matter of time before one became a god. Time flew by as one cultivated. When Duan Lingtian successfully broke through the bottleneck of the 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor and became a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, a year had passed. Naturally, a year was nothing to Duan Lingtian. During this time, Duan Lingtian did not spend all his time cultivating. Instead, he would spend time with his parents and his wife Li Fei. He would also visit Feng Wu Dao and the 3 little ones for a chat. Meanwhile, the 3 little ones were standing in a small valley next to Duan Lingtian's. It's about time. Now that Duan Lingtian had become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, even if he did not attack, the vast celestial origin energy that flowed in his body and the rhythm of the law he had comprehended made her feel as though her strength had improved tremendously. Master. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Are you free during this time? I'm planning to go to the titled God Emperor realm to receive my reward from the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. When do you plan to depart? Feng Qingyang's reply was very straightforward. Moreover, he indirectly stated that he was free these days. Chapter 35-34. The Tidal Temple's main hall was not located in any Devata realm. It was located in an independent realm. Naturally, the heaven and earth spirit energy in this realm was only comparable to the most abundant heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. It was far from comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods. Rumor has it that the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall is located was created by the creator of the Tidal Temple. Some say he's a supreme powerhouse. Others say he's a godly venerable. In order to travel to the Tidal Temple's main hall, one had to go to one of the Tidal Temple's branches in the Devata realms. At this moment, Feng Qingyang, who was traveling with Duan Lingtian to the Tidal Temple's main hall, told Duan Lingtian about the Tidal Temple's main hall. I heard the creator of the Tidal Temple is a supreme powerhouse, Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian said, even the world-cleansing divine water, the most knowledgeable of the 5 divine elements in his little world, had said the same thing. Then he must be a supreme powerhouse. Feng Qingyang nodded. If he's a supreme expert, he shouldn't be able to occupy a spot in a realm of gods and create a new realm of gods. The number of realms of gods in this world had always been fixed. There would never be an increase or decrease in the number of realms of gods. Naturally, this did not mean the realms of gods would remain the same. There would always be new realms of gods that would appear. However, the appearance of a new realm of gods meant that an old realm of gods was about to disappear. For example, the ruins of the realm of gods that Duan Lingtian had visited previously was a realm of gods that had once flourished. However, due to the destruction of the realm of gods had fallen. Every time a realm of gods fell, there would be millions of corpses, including god emperors and godly venerables. Generally, the fall of a realm of gods meant the death of the supreme powerhouse who created the realm of gods. After all, the realm of gods would only fall after the supreme powerhouse died. As long as the supreme powerhouse was alive, the realm of gods would not fall because the realm of gods was closely connected to the supreme powerhouse's little world. This is very obvious. Duan Lingtian agreed with Feng Qingyang's words. If a supreme expert was strong enough to create a divine plane, there was no need for him to create a force like the Tidal Temple. Although the Tidal Temple had a lofty status in the Devata realms, it was nothing in the realms of gods. This was apparent based on the way Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, treated Ling Juyun during the Battle of the Geniuses. We're here. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang arrived at the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. It was similar to the Tidal Temple's branch in another Devata realm that Duan Lingtian had visited before. The two of them hovered in the air outside the Tidal Temple's branch. They did not land outside the Tidal Temple's branch and enter in an orderly manner. Those people were here to obtain their titles. Some of them were here to obtain their titles as titled celestial lords or titled celestial emperors. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang's arrival attracted some people's attention. After all, they were standing in the air outside the Tidal Temple and looking down at the Tidal Temple. Who are they? Aren't you afraid of angering the Tidal Temple by acting like this in the Tidal Temple? Aren't they too arrogant? At this moment, a burly man with a curly beard flew up to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang in just a blink of an eye. He said, "Gentlemen, it's best if you come down. Don't stand too high up in the air. If the Tidal Temple blasphemes you, things won't be as simple as it seems. It's said that the people from the Tidal Temple are ruthless." The burly man with a curly beard advised, "Thank you for the reminder." Feng Qingyang looked at the burly man with a faint smile on his face. He did not seem arrogant at all as a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian looked at the burly man with a friendly smile on his face. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had sent his voice transmission to the Tidal Temple to greet the people from the Tidal Temple. It would not take long before someone from the Tidal Temple would lead them to the Tidal Temple's main branch. They would have to pass through the Tidal Temple's branch to reach the Tidal Temple's main hall. Otherwise, they would not know how to reach the main hall. Both of you, the burly man with a curly beard was rendered speechless when he saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang were still hovering in the air and looking down at the Tidal Temple, even though they had responded to him. Didn't I remind these two fellows? Why aren't they coming down? Are they seeking death? The burly man with a curly beard and the others thought Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang were seeking death. At this moment, a few figures flew out of the Tidal Temple. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was dressed in a long black robe and had a gloomy expression on his face. He was none other than Yiya, the palace master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian had seen Yiya during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, so he recognized Yiya immediately. As the palace master of a Tidal Temple, Yiya actually came out personally? That's right. I've said that master came with me because he didn't look at me. Since he's the palace master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven, it's only right for him to come out and welcome us. Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he thought about this. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed behind Yiya. 2 old men and an old woman were standing behind Yiya. The 2 old men and the old woman were dressed in black robes as well. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, their auras shrouded the hearts of the people outside the Tidal Temple's branch, even though they did not deliberately reveal their auras. The burly man with a curly beard who had warned Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang hastily descended from the sky. The burly man with a curly beard sighed inwardly when he saw the 4 burly men charging toward the 2 young men. It's over. It's over. These 2 young men are doomed. In his opinion, the burly man with a curly beard thought the 2 young men had extraordinary auras and seemed to be disciples of sects or clans with extraordinary backgrounds. However, in the solitary destructive heaven, apart from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, there was no other force that could go against the Tidal Temple. They're doomed. The people of the Tidal Temple will not allow anyone to look down on the Tidal Temple and blaspheme it. The group of people looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang from afar. All of them felt unlucky. However, in the next moment, the scene before them caused them to be completely dumbfounded. When the 4 people who flew out of the Tidal Temple arrived in front of the 2 unlucky young men, they cupped their fists together and greeted them politely. Wind, Heavenly Emperor, we meet again. Yiya, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven, greeted Feng Qingyang warmly with a smile on his face. Hall Master Yiya. Feng Qingyang nodded in response to Yiya. At the same time, Yiya looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Feng Qingyang, and said, Young Master, we meet again. Are you planning to go to the Tidal Temple's main hall to obtain the reward from the Battle of the Geniuses and enter the secret room? Yiya addressed Duan Lingtian as the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven because he was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. I've been waiting for a long time, Yiya said with a smile. At the same time, the 2 old men and an old woman behind Yiya stepped forward and bowed at Feng Qingyang as they greeted him. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Then they introduced themselves as the Vice Hall Masters of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. Wind Heavenly Emperor, Young Master, please come in. Under Yiya's lead, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang entered the Tidal Temple. The 2 old men and the old woman followed closely behind Yiya's group. The people outside the tidal temple only regained their senses after Ye's group disappeared from their sight. Although they were quite a distance away, they were still able to hear the conversation clearly with their hearing. It was precisely because of this that many people gasped when they came back to their senses. Many of them looked at Ye's group with a fervent expression on their faces. Is that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? No wonder I thought he looked familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. I've seen a portrait of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven before. That person looks exactly like the person in the portrait. However, the real person is much more charming than the portrait. For this reason, I couldn't recognize him at first. I didn't expect to meet the heavenly emperor in my lifetime. Also, did the heavenly emperor address the black-clad middle-aged man as the hall master of the Night Crow Palace? Isn't Ye the hall master of the tidal temple in the solitary destructive heaven? As expected of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he's the invincible sword celestial. No, I should say the invincible sword god now. Even the hall master of the Night Crow Palace personally came out to welcome him. It's said that the hall master of the Night Crow Palace is a 9-star god of war, a quasi-god. The purple-clad young man next to the heavenly emperor is addressed as the young master by the hall master of the Night Crow Palace. He must be the true disciple the heavenly emperor accepted 100 years ago. His name is Duan Lingtian, the pride of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian is the champion of the recent Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He defeated 2 6-star gods of war in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had ended a long time ago. News of what happened during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses began to spread. Currently, in the solitary destructive heaven, almost everyone knew that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had an outstanding true disciple named Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Devata realms. Chapter 35. The strongest person in the Devata realms. This was undoubtedly a great honor. In the past 1,000 years, there was only one person who had won the first place in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses 2 years ago. It was only natural that Duan Lingtian, who had won first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses not long ago, received this honor. Moreover, this honor would accompany him for 1,000 years until the next Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. In fact, if the winner of the next Devata Realm Battle of Geniuses was not as outstanding as Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian would continue to be recognized as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Devata Realm Battle of Geniuses. In the Devata realms, those below the age of 3,000 were considered to be in the younger generation. Many people felt that in the next 2,000 years, Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, would remain the strongest person in the Devata realms, because he was too dazzling, too outstanding. He was not even 700 years old, but he was already a 7-star god of war. After consuming the exploding element celestial fruit, he would definitely become a 10 directions celestial emperor in just a few years. It's said that if this disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven becomes a 10 directions celestial emperor, he'll possess the strength of an 8-star god of war. This is something that the higher-ups of the tidal temple personally approved of. After Duan Lingtian and the others disappeared from the entrance of the tidal temple's branch in solitary destructive heaven, someone said, "A top-notch 8-star war god who is not even 700 years old?" Everyone was petrified. As it turns out, one of them is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and the other is the heavenly emperor's disciple. The curly-bearded man who had previously advised Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang was also embarrassed and blushing when he came back to his senses. He never thought that the two young men he was worried about would have such a great background. At this moment, even he himself felt that his actions just now were laughable and childish. So what if the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven looked down on the tidal temple's branches? Was he not qualified? Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang followed Yi, the hallmaster of the tidal temple of solitary destructive heaven's sub-hall. Yi welcomed them warmly in the main hall of the sub-hall. He treated them as guests of honor. Feng Tiandi, are you planning to go to the tidal temple's main palace with the young palace master? Yi looked at Feng Qingyang and asked straightforwardly. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. As far as I know, there's no rule in the tidal temple that prohibits seniors from accompanying their disciples to the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, right? That's not true. Night Crow shook his head. I'm just asking. If Heavenly Emperor Feng wants to go with young palace master, the tidal temple will welcome you with open arms. At that time, even Lord Temple Master will welcome you personally. Duan Lingtian knew Yi was referring to the hall master of the tidal temple. Before he came here, his master, Feng Qingyang, had told him that the palace master of the main hall of the tidal temple was most likely a god king. His strength was so great that he could easily defeat all the powerhouses in the Devata realms. Feng Tiandi, young palace master, please wait here for a moment. I'll contact the main palace and ask them to open a portal so I can send you over. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, Yi left. After Yi left, he contacted the tidal temple's main palace master, Su Konghai, who had presided over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses not long ago. Vice Hall Master Su, it's just as you've guessed. Feng Qingyang intends to go to the main palace with Duan Lingtian. There's no need to guess. Su Konghai was not surprised by Yi's words. Duan Lingtian has already displayed his mastery of the four Dao of heaven and earth during the battle of the geniuses. First, it was the Space Sword Dao, and then it was the Space Sword Dao. Based on the tidal temple's thirst for talented individuals who have mastered the four Dao of heaven and earth, it's only natural that they won't allow Duan Lingtian to come to the main palace alone. Su Konghai's tone was calm when he said Duan Lingtian would be like a lamb in a tiger's den if he went to the tidal temple's main palace. If he wants to come with us, let him come with us. This is a good opportunity to test the strength of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Su Konghai said. What should I do now? Yi asked. There's no need for you to do anything. I'll personally bring them to the main palace to show them how much we value the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Su Konghai emphasized the words heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Understood. Yi replied respectfully before he cut off the communication between Yi and Su Konghai. It was a complicated communication formation that could only be used in the tidal temple and the main temple. The communication formation could only be used in the tidal temple's main temple and the main temple's main temple. The communication formation could be used to send messages across realms. Yi was in the solitary destructive heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms, while Su Konghai was in the tidal temple's independent realm. The communication formation could leave a mark on each person. For example, Yi had activated Su Konghai's imprint in the main palace's communication formation through the tidal temple's branch palaces. He had contacted Su Konghai through the communication formation in the tidal temple's main palace. Should I inform Pavilion Master Rulai of the Yellow Origin Heaven's sub-palace? After cutting off the communication with Yi, Su Konghai, who was in the tidal temple's main palace, frowned slightly as though he had recalled something. Previously, after the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses had ended, Rulai had come looking for him. If the main palace was not confident they could capture Duan Lingtian, he could come to the main palace and work with them to figure out a way to capture Duan Lingtian. Truth be told, this was not his first time meeting Rulai during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. In the past, when Tathagata was not yet a god, he had seen Tathagata once. At that time, the feeling that Tathagata gave him was completely different from the Tathagata he had seen the last time. Naturally, he thought Rulai's change was due to Rulai's change. Rulai's temperament had changed because he had become a god. After all, it was not strange for some people to change after they became gods. There were many similar records in the Tidal Temple's main palace's history. Forget it. I should inform him. Since Feng Qingyang came with Duan Lingtian, the main palace is not confident they can capture Duan Lingtian. With this thought in mind, Su Konghai contacted Rulai, the palace master of the Tidal Temple in the Yellow Origin Heaven. In other words, Rulai was referring to Yahiko. Naturally, Su Konghai did not know Rulai was actually Yahiko. Rulai was not human. He was from the Dead Spirit clan in the Undead World, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian is heading to the Tidal Temple's main palace now. After receiving Su Konghai's message, the Tathagata, who is also Master Yahiko, suddenly brightened up. "When are you coming over?" Su Konghai asked without beating around the bush. "Vice Palace Master Su, it just so happens that I have some matters to attend to recently. I'll finish them in the shortest time possible and head to the main palace before Duan Lingtian leaves. During this period of time, I'll think of a way so that I'll have a plan before I head to the main palace." Yahiko replied to Su Konghai. Meanwhile, Su Konghai frowned. He thought Rulai was unreliable. Why did he have something to attend to? For a moment, Su Konghai did not have much hope for him. After a faint response, he cut off the communication. Yahiko did the same and left the Tidal Temple's branch in the Yellow Origin Heaven. "This day has finally come. I'll return to the undead world and ask for Big Brother's help. This time, no matter what, I'll possess Duan Lingtian. I'll take over his body and everything about him." Yahiko's eyes burned with passion as he left the Tidal Temple's branch in the Yellow Origin Heaven. It was as though he could already see himself successfully possessing Duan Lingtian. Yahiko was a member of the Dead Spirit clan. The Dead Spirit clan was a clan rooted in the undead world. Before they became gods, they could not leave the undead world. Yahiko's bloodline was the purest in the Dead Spirit clan. He was considered a direct descendant. The current patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan was his big brother, a God King expert. Like him, his big brother had yearned for the outside world since he was young. However, since he was the successor of the patriarch, he could only dream about it. Later on, when he became the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan, it became even more impossible for him to leave the undead world. "I hope Big Brother is willing to help me." Yahiko prayed in his heart as he made his way back to the undead world. Although he had mentioned his big brother, the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan, at the primordial precipice in the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven, he knew the chances of his big brother leaving the Dead Spirit clan to avenge him were slim. Also, without anyone informing them, the Dead Spirit race might not have known that he had been killed, given their lack of information. This time, he had personally returned to the undead world and the Dead Spirit clan to seek help from his big brother. However, he was not confident he would be able to avenge Duan Lingtian, so he could only try his best to convince his big brother to help him. With his big brother's strength, if his big brother agreed to help him, he would be able to possess Duan Lingtian's body. The undead world was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Naturally, the undead world was one of the top 3 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Many powerful titled celestial emperors would enter the undead world in groups to search for treasures in the undead world. In the undead world, it was even more likely that they would be able to hunt for emperor-grade celestial weapons. Chapter 35-36. Of course, although many people dared to enter the undead world, they only dared to wander around the periphery and did not dare to go deep. This was because once they went deep, they would enter the territory of the natives of the undead world. Once they entered the territory of the natives and were discovered, they would most likely die, even if they were immortals. If they accidentally entered the territory of some powerful natives of the undead world, even godly kings and godly emperors would not survive, let alone immortals. In the undead world, there was no lack of godly emperors. As for godly venerables, no one knew if there were any. There might be and there might not be. In fact, the dead spirit clan that Master Yahiko belonged to was just an inferior clan in the undead world. The most powerful person in the clan was only a godly king. First, they were limited by their talent. Second, they were limited by their soul. In the history of the dead spirit clan, the most powerful person was an upper-level celestial king. There had never been an immortal lord. Of course, to be more precise, the upper limit of a dead spirit clan member who did not possess a physical body was an upper-level celestial king. It was impossible for them to break through to the immortal lord level. In the history of the dead spirit clan, there were few dead spirit clan members who possessed physical bodies and broke through to the immortal lord level. However, these people were usually not seen as members of the dead spirit clan. The dead spirit clan had a rule that anyone who possessed a physical body, regardless of whether it was a human body, a demonic beast body, or any other life form, would be expelled from the dead spirit clan. This was the highest rule of the dead spirit clan, and it had been so for countless years. The reason why there was such a rule was because any dead spirit clansman who possessed a corporeal body could use the body as a medium to devour other dead spirit clansmen and strengthen themselves. When that day came, it would be a catastrophe for the dead spirit clan. In the history of the dead spirit clan, there had been such a catastrophe. That catastrophe had almost wiped out the entire dead spirit clan. In the end, the Grand Elder of the dead spirit clan had sacrificed himself to lure the dead spirit clan's treasure to kill the dead spirit clan member who possessed a physical body. This allowed the dead spirit clan to survive. It was also from that time that the dead spirit clan became very sensitive to the dead spirit clan members possessing physical bodies. Occasionally, some dead spirit clansmen would do that, but once they were discovered, they would be executed. Unless they left the netherworld. Even if he left the netherworld, if the ghost clan found out that someone of the same race had possessed a physical body, he would be hunted down by the ghost clan. Because of this, after possessing Tathagata's body, Yahiko never returned to the ghost clan. This was because he knew that once the news of him possessing a human's body spread to the dead spirit tribe, they would never let him go. Even this time, he did not return to the dead spirit clan to seek help from the dead spirit clan. Instead, he went to seek help from his big brother. The current chief of the dead spirit race was his big brother. With his relationship with his big brother, he was sure that his big brother wouldn't betray him and wouldn't tell the other dead spirit clansmen that he had possessed a human body. Once the news spread, not only would he be hunted down by the entire dead spirit race, even his big brother would be affected. Not only would he no longer be the patriarch of the dead spirit race, but he would also be implicated by him. In the worst case, he would be killed, and in the worst case, he would be expelled from the dead spirit race. In the dead spirit race, the person with the most power was the patriarch. However, the true expert and pillar of the dead spirit clan was the supreme elder, who held the supreme treasure of the dead spirit clan. He was also the strongest expert of the dead spirit clan, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the upper divine king level. Big Brother. After returning to the netherworld, Yahiko familiarly passed through the worts of the netherworld and arrived near the dead spirit race's territory. He immediately sent a message to his big brother, Mishien. The dead spirit race did not need to use soul orbs to communicate with each other. Within a certain distance, they could communicate directly through soul resonance. The principle was similar to the radio stations on Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his previous life. As long as the channel was correct, they could communicate. Little brother Yen. After receiving Yahiko's message, the dead spirit race's patriarch, Mishien, who was in the dead spirit race's territory, suddenly trembled with a wisp of green humanoid energy. This was a sign that the dead spirit clansmen were agitated. Where have you been? Why have you been gone for so many years? Why haven't you come to see me? Why are you still outside the dead spirit race's territory? Through the message, Mi Xian could confirm Yahiko's approximate location. When he asked, his voice was still agitated. After all, he only had one disciple. Although the dead spirit race's method of reproduction was different from that of humans, Yahiko had awakened his consciousness at the same time as him. According to the dead spirit race, they were blood brothers, just like how humans and Yao beasts had the same father and mother. It was due to this that Mi Xian had special feelings for his younger brother. Big brother, please come out for a moment. If I enter the race, the Grand Elder will definitely discover me. Once the Grand Elder discovers my current situation, he will definitely act and kill me immediately. Master Yahiko said with a sigh. Almost as soon as Yahiko finished speaking, the dead spirit race patriarch, Mi Xian's energy body, trembled violently again, as if he would be blown away by the wind at any moment. Did you take over another life form's body? When Mi Xian spoke again, his voice was trembling. Taking over another life form's body was a great taboo of the dead spirit race. It was punishable by death. If any other dead spirit race clansman dared to do such a thing, as the patriarch of the dead spirit race, he would definitely follow the rules of the dead spirit race and destroy them. But now, this was his little brother, his blood brother. In the face of Mi Xian's question, Yahiko chose to remain silent. However, Mi Xian's body trembled, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a gust of wind and disappeared from the spot. His speed had reached an astonishing level. Whoosh! A moment later, Mi Xian appeared in front of Yahiko. When he saw Yahiko's current state, he trembled even more. Fool! Fool! You fool! Mi Xian's voice trembled, his tone filled with resentment. You left the dead spirit race, left the netherworld, and wanted to see the outside world. I didn't stop you, I didn't care about you. But what have you done now? You've taken over a human's body. You should know, and there's no way you don't. The dead spirit race's greatest taboo, the first commandment, is not to take over another life form's physical body. This is because once you take over a physical body, you can devour your own clansmen to increase your strength and increase your comprehension of the laws. Back then, the dead spirit race was almost wiped out because of this. Why did you come back? Why did you come back? Are you tired of living? Are you tired of living? Mi Xian raged. Big brother. Facing Mi Xian's scolding, Yahiko didn't speak from beginning to end. Finally, he knelt down on the ground and said, I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong. I possessed this person's body for a reason. If I hadn't taken over his body, I would have been killed by him. To protect myself, I had to take over his body. If it were you, big brother, in the same situation on the brink of death, would you ask for death or take over a human's body to survive? Yahiko lowered his head and said hoarsely, Of course, what he said was a lie. When he'd met Tathagata hadn't yet been a god, and he'd already been one. Tathagata hadn't had the power to kill him. From start to finish, he'd made all the decisions himself. Whether it was taking over Tathagata's body or everything else he'd done afterward, it had all been his own decision. No one had influenced or forced him. He'd said this to play the emotional card so that his elder brother wouldn't blame him. He wanted his elder brother to leave the dead spirit race and the netherworld with him to help him take over the human called Duan Lingtian. Since that's the case, you shouldn't have come back. When Mi Xian spoke again, his voice was much gentler and less aggressive than before. You didn't have to come back. You could have sent someone to send me a message. If I wanted to see you, I could have gone out to see you. It's too dangerous for you to appear here. It's too risky. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Mi Xian's figure flickered, and he took Yahiko with him. Like a gust of wind, they left the dead spirit clan's encampment and only stopped when they were quite a distance away from the dead spirit clan. Big brother, you've broken through to Intermediate God King? Yihiko looked at Mi Xian in pleasant surprise. His eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. He felt that he'd made the right choice in coming back. Now that his elder brother had become an Intermediate God King, he was more confident in taking over Duan Lingtian's body. Yes, I broke through some time ago. Mi Xian nodded and said in a low voice, "If you want to see me in the future, don't come in person. I can go out to see you. If the venerated elder learns that you've taken over a human's body, he'll definitely punish you personally. Do you understand?" Mi Xian's tone left no room for doubt. "I understand, big brother." Yihiko replied quickly, "Tell me, why did you take the risk to come back to see me?" After all, Mi Xian was a member of the dead spirit race who had been born together with honored Master Yihiko and had grown up together with him. Mi Xian knew his disciple better than anyone else. For him to take such a risk to come find him, there must be something. It was impossible for him to have nothing to do with Mi Xian. "Big brother." Yihiko smiled awkwardly before he explained, "I can't completely take over the current body, so I want to take over a new body. The new body I'm interested in is less than 700 years old, but he's already a 10 directions celestial emperor. He has mastered the space sword Tao and the destruction sword Tao of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Moreover, his attainments in the law of space are high." Chapter 35-37. Little brother Yen, since you haven't fully possessed this body, there's still a way out. As long as you give up this body, you'll still be a member of the dead spirit clan. Mi Xian's eyes lit up when he heard Lord Yihiko's words. Earlier, Mi Xian had thought that there was no turning back for his brother. Once he fully possessed the body, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Even if he managed to escape, he would have to possess another body. This was a characteristic of the dead spirit clan. They would either not possess a physical body, or once they succeeded, they would have to possess another body in the future. Otherwise, it would not take long for them to be reduced to ashes. However, if they failed to possess a physical body, they would be able to escape unscathed. Lord Yihiko's expression froze when he heard this. He finally realized that the emotional card he had played earlier meant that he would be forced to possess his current body. Big brother. At this point, Lord Yihiko no longer tried to hide anything. "I'll tell you the truth. There's no turning back for me. I've gotten used to the human body. I like the human body. I don't want to live the life of a dead spirit like before. I want to enjoy everything a human can enjoy. Moreover, if I can successfully possess that new body, given the potential of that new body, my limits in the future will not be limited to the level of High Divine King like the members of the Ghost Race. At that time, I'll be able to break through to the level of a Divine Emperor or even a God Emperor. With the body's talent, it's not impossible for me to become a godly venerable in the future. I might even have a chance to become a paramount expert. A paramount expert is someone who stands at the pinnacle of this world. We, the Spectre clan, are merely an inferior race in another world, let alone in this world, which includes the various planes of gods. Big brother, do you understand me?" Lord Yihiko looked at Mi Xian with an impassioned expression. "Don't worry. I can guarantee you that even if I possess that person, I won't return to the dead spirit clan in the future." Although Lord Yihiko said that he had other thoughts in his mind. Once he had enough strength, he would definitely return to the dead spirit clan and devour the souls to increase his strength. That was because it was a shortcut for him to increase his strength after he possessed the body of a human. Of the dead spirit clan, the only one he had feelings for was his big brother before him. In the future, other than his big brother, he would not spare the rest of the dead spirit clansmen. Standing at the peak of this world, hearing Master Mian's words, Mi Xian was clearly frightened. He didn't expect his disciple to have such lofty ambitions. At this moment, He didn't even know how to refute his younger brother, asking him to turn back. Wouldn't that be cutting off his future? Are you sure that the body you're about to possess has that kind of potential? Mi Xian asked with a serious expression. You should know that the dead soul race only has one chance to completely possess a life. Once we use this chance, we can only possess the body in the future. We cannot possess anything else in that body. Big brother, I know this. Naturally, I won't use that chance recklessly. Lord Yahiko said confidently. He was very confident in the body of the young man called Duan Lingtian. Once he completely possessed him, with his foundation, his cultivation speed would be faster than the young man's. Big brother, help me just this once. Lord Yahiko continued to persuade him. Just this once. In the future, I won't trouble you any more. Lord Yahiko continued to persuade him, even bringing up some of the past between him and Mi Xian, including how he had once saved Mi Xian's life. Being brought up again, Mi Xian's emotions became restless again, but he finally agreed. All right, I'll go with you. Wait for me here. After I return to the clan and settle some matters, I'll come find you and leave the netherworld with you. I'll help you obtain the body you want. After bidding farewell to Lord Yahiko, Mi Xian left. After receiving Mi Xian's agreement, Lord Yahiko's eyes lit up like the bright stars in the night sky, dazzling and dazzling. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening in the netherworld. Currently, he and his master, Feng Qingyang, were waiting in the Tidal Temple's sub-temple of the solitary destructive heaven when they finally met Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the Tidal Temple. Vice Palace Master Su. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised to see Su Konghai again. However, Feng Qingyang remained calm as though he was not surprised at all. Wind Heavenly Emperor, Duan Lingtian, I'm here to bring you to the Tidal Temple's main temple. Unlike the solemn expression he had during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Su Konghai had a polite smile on his face when he spoke to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. Thank you for your trouble, Vice Palace Master Su. Feng Qingyang nodded. He was not as casual as he was when he was with Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Feng Qingyang did not do this on purpose. It was just that he was used to being like this. He was different in front of Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian was his only true disciple. As for the others, they were nothing in Feng Qingyang's eyes. Even if the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple was here, he would still act the same, let alone the Vice Hall Master of the Tidal Temple. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With Su Konghai leading the way, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang were transported to the main temple of the Tidal Temple through the transporting formation in the solitary destructive heavens subtemple's main temple. The heaven and earth spirit energy in this realm was very rich. It was comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Most importantly, the heaven and earth spirit energy was everywhere. At the very least, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang had never been to a place where the heaven and earth spirit energy was thinner when they traveled with Su Konghai. Duan Lingtian, the secret chamber of laws, is an important place in the main temple of the Tidal Temple. Although I'm the Vice Palace Master of the Tidal Temple, I still have to go through some procedures if I want to lead you into the secret chamber of laws. Su Konghai said to Duan Lingtian, who had also come to a halt when they arrived in front of a palace that occupied a vast area. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not surprised by this. After all, the secret chamber of laws was one of the most important places in the Tidal Temple. It was only natural that there were many rules. Wind, Heavenly Emperor, do you want to come with us, or do you want me to arrange a place for you to rest? Su Konghai asked as he looked at Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang looked at Su Konghai meaningfully before he said, I'm fine with anything. In that case, I'll lead you to a place for you to rest. Su Konghai smiled faintly as though he did not see Feng Qingyang's meaningful gaze. Then he sent a message to someone. After a dozen breaths, a figure appeared at lightning speed. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. His appearance was ordinary and his build was average. However, he exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. It was clear he was not a simple person. Elder Luo, this is the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Bring him to the courtyards in the Tidal Temple. He can choose any courtyard he wants, Su Konghai said. Yes, Vice Palace Master. Then he looked at Feng Qingyang and said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Heavenly Emperor Feng, please follow me. Thank you. Feng Qingyang nodded before he left with the middle-aged man. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian followed Su Konghai to the Tidal Temple. Duan Lingtian remained calm as he followed Su Konghai to the Tidal Temple. He did not seem worried at all. Although his master, Feng Qingyang, was not with him, it was a fact that he was in the Tidal Temple. If the Tidal Temple wanted to do anything to him, they would have to consider his master first. After all, even the Tidal Temple would not be willing to bear the wrath of a god. Moreover, his master's clone was only here with the law of earth. Even if his master stayed here, he could still exact revenge on the Tidal Temple. If the Tidal Temple wanted to do anything to him, they would have to consider the consequences. Moreover, the Tidal Temple might not know his master's true strength, but he knew his master could break through to the God King stage at any time and become a God King who was above the gods. For this reason, he was not worried at all. Along the way, Su Konghai did not do anything suspicious. After he led Duan Lingtian through the Tidal Temple, he asked, Duan Lingtian, do you plan to stay with the Heavenly Emperor for a few days before entering the Tidal Temple, or do you plan to enter the Tidal Temple now? I'll enter now, Duan Lingtian replied without any hesitation. The sooner he finished his business, the sooner he could leave. All right, Su Konghai nodded. As the winner of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, you'll be able to stay in the Tidal Temple for the longest time. Since you're the winner, you can choose 2 Tidal Temples. However, you'll still have to stay in the Tidal Temple for 3 months. Su Konghai paused for a moment before he added, well, the Tidal Temple only has Tidal Temples that contain the laws of the 5 elements. Duan Lingtian had long known about this, so he was not surprised. Which 2 Tidal Temples do you plan to choose? Su Konghai asked again. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate when he heard Su Konghai's question. He said bluntly, I'll choose the Tidal Temple for the law of fire and the Tidal Temple for the law of earth. Whether it was the law of fire or the law of earth, Duan Lingtian had studied them for a while, so he had a good understanding of them. Moreover, his master, Feng Qingyang, was also skilled in the law of earth. His master could give him a lot of pointers when it came to the law of earth. Chapter 35-38. Before coming into contact with the law of space, Duan Lingtian's forte was the law of fire. For this reason, apart from the secret room that contained the law of earth, he would enter the secret room that contained the law of fire as well. Due to the limited time, he was confident he would be able to master the 2 profundities within 3 months. Of course, during these 3 months, while mastering all the profundities of these 2 laws, if he had free time, he would continue to meditate and comprehend the fusion of the profundities of these 2 laws. Once you've made your decision, you can't change it. Are you sure? Are you sure about the secret rooms that contain the law of fire and the law of earth? Su Konghai asked again. I'm sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already made up his mind before he came here. There was no need for him to change it. After obtaining Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Su Konghai brought Duan Lingtian to the secret rooms in the Tidal Temple's main hall. The secret rooms in the Tidal Temple's main hall were protected by layers of formations. If one had not been here before, one would not be able to discover anything even if they used their divine consciousness. This was because the secret rooms were too well hidden. There were many concealment formations and other formations set up in the secret rooms. There are only 5 secret rooms in the tidal temple, and they correspond to the laws of the 5 elements. Currently, a disciple of the tidal temple is meditating in the secret room that contained the law of earth. You can enter the secret room that contained the law of fire first. He'll come out in a month at most. It won't affect you when you enter the secret room that contained the law of earth later. Su Konghai said to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he brought Duan Lingtian to the 5 secret rooms in the tidal temple. The 5 secret rooms were located on a high platform in 5 different directions. The high platform looked more like an altar. It was covered with complicated veins and diagrams. If one looked at it, one would feel dazzled. If one used their divine consciousness to look at it, it would cause one to fall into a daze. The secret rooms in the tidal temple seemed to be created by the powerhouse who founded the tidal temple. Sister Shui said only supreme powerhouses have the ability to create secret rooms. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart skipped a beat. Of the 5 law chambers in front of him, any one of them looked simple and unadorned. Unlike the law of time chambers left behind in the land of inheritance that his master had brought him to, they were as resplendent as palaces. You can arrange your time. You can stay in the secret room that contained the law of fire for the next 3 months. However, after 3 months, you won't be able to enter the secret room. Su Konghai said to Darumias, Duan Lingtian. You with the law of time, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian above with the law of time. Duan you, Duan Lingtian of fire, of Lingtian of time. Duan 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 of Duan of Duan 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 Tian of Duan 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 of Dun was of the Duan of the time, was of to Duan of the Duan was of the of time of the was of the of Duan Duan. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded again. You may enter now. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. I'll come and get you when the 3 months are up. Su Konghai said. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian nodded. Su Konghai turned around and left, leaving the 2 old men standing guard in the middle of the secret rooms. At this time, Duan Lingtian entered the secret room that contained the law of fire as well. Since he had entered the secret room that contained the law of time before, Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the process. It seems like my plan won't work. Duan Lingtian felt as though someone was spying on him, even though he was in the secret room. Moreover, it felt as though someone was deliberately trying to make him aware of it. This feeling also made him realize that someone was monitoring this law chamber. Initially, he had planned to summon the chaos divine flame from the 5 divine elements to see if it could help him steal some of the profundities from the law of fire into his little world. After all, the world-cleansing divine water had told him that he could do that. However, now that he discovered someone was spying on him, his plan was doomed to fail. Duan Lingtian had thought about bringing his friends and family to the secret room in the tidal temple to obtain the profundities from the law of fire. However, he quickly dismissed the idea since he was certain the tidal temple would have a way to prevent him from doing that. Apart from Huan-Er and Xuan'ai, who had yet to wake up from their cultivation, Duan Lingtian did not bring his friends and family to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. After all, it was risky for him to leave the heavenly palace of Duan Lingtian. For safety's sake, he would feel more at ease if his friends and family were in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I should focus on obtaining the profundities from the law of fire. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian focused on obtaining the profundities from the law of fire's secret room. Due to his experience in the secret room that contained the law of time, he was able to obtain the profundities from the law of fire's secret room. I have 3 months to obtain all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth as soon as possible. Meanwhile, after leaving the secret room in the tidal temple, Su Konghai went to see the hall master of the tidal temple. The hall master of the tidal temple was a middle-aged man dressed in a long blue robe. He was tall and burly, and there was a bloody scar between his eyebrows that resembled a bright moon. At this moment, The hall master of the Tidal Temple sat at the top of the stairs in the great meeting hall of the Tidal Temple. He looked like a king who had descended from the heavens as he looked down at the people below him. Su Konghai, who had just arrived, was among them. Apart from Su Konghai, there were 3 other old men present. One of them was the vice hall master of the Tidal Temple, while the other 2 were grand elders of the Tidal Temple. All of them were godly spirit powerhouses in the Tidal Temple. Lord Hall Master Duan Lingtian has entered the secret room. Su Konghai reported Duan Lingtian's whereabouts as soon as he spoke. As for Feng Qingyang, I've already arranged for him to stay in one of our guest courtyards. Good. The hall master of the Tidal Temple nodded before he looked at the 3 old men. Is it worth it to risk offending Feng Qingyang for Duan Lingtian? Feng Qingyang, it should only be his law clone, Feng Qingyang said. It's easy to kill Duan Lingtian, and it's easy to destroy Feng Qingyang's law clone. However, this will definitely anger Feng Qingyang. Currently, we don't even know where Feng Qingyang's true body is. Even if he can't defeat the Tidal Temple, he can still make a move on our branch. The hall master of the Tidal Temple pointed out the key points as soon as he spoke. Hall master. One of the old men stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian isn't even 700 years old, but he has already mastered the space sword Dao and control Dao of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. Moreover, his attainments in the law of space are quite high as well. Currently, he's suspected to be as strong as an 8-star god of war. There's a high chance he has some secret that allows him to master the 4 Dao of heaven and earth so easily. If the Tidal Temple is able to obtain this secret, we might be able to create a group of people who are similar to him. Moreover, the Tidal Temple has always been searching for people who have mastered the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. Someone like Duan Lingtian is someone the Tidal Temple is willing to pay a huge price to recruit. It's just Feng Qingyang who just recently became a god. Do you think that our Tidal Temple should be afraid of him? If he dares to make a move on our branch, I'll immediately teleport over and kill his true body. The old man was one of the supreme elders of the Tidal Temple. Although his cultivation base was not as high as the hall master of the Tidal Temple, he was still a greater god. His strength was much stronger than Su Konghai, the vice hall master of the Tidal Temple. For this reason, I suggest we imprison Duan Lingtian. It's fine if Feng Qingyang gives in. However, if he doesn't, do you think the Tidal Temple should be afraid of a brat who has only recently become a god? The old man had lived for more than 60,000 years. In his opinion, Feng Qingyang, who had only lived for slightly more than 10,000 years, was no different from a brat. That makes sense. Another old man, who was also a supreme elder of the Tidal Temple, nodded in agreement. The dignity of the Tidal Temple can't be blasphemed by a mere lesser god. He's just a lesser deity. Even if he's out of his mind to take revenge on our Tidal Temple, as long as we're prepared in advance, we can send out intermediate deities and above to kill him before we suffer heavy losses. If he dares to cause trouble, I'm willing to make a move myself and kill him. The old man's face was filled with ruthlessness as he spoke. What do you think? After hearing what the 2 supreme elders of the Tidal Temple had to say, the temple master of the Tidal Temple shifted his gaze to Su Konghai and the remaining old man. Both of them were vice temple masters of the Tidal Temple, and they were intermediate gods. Vice Hall Master Su, why don't you speak first? The old man looked at Su Konghai and said, You've interacted with Feng Qingyang more than I have. I haven't seen him before. Su Konghai nodded. Then he looked at the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple and said in a deep voice, Hall Master, I can understand the Supreme Elder's feelings. However, I have a feeling that Feng Qingyang is not as simple as he seems. I'm afraid he's not as simple as a lesser god, even if it's just his clone made from the law of earth. I have a strong feeling that I might not be able to defeat him. Su Konghai voiced his concerns. Before the hall master of the title temple could say anything, one of the two supreme elders spoke first. Vice Hall Master Su, I'm sure you're wrong. He's just a brat who has only become a god a few hundred years ago. Do you think he'll be able to improve and become an intermediate god or even a greater god in just a few hundred years? What a joke! Chapter 35-39. I think it's time to make a decision. Don't tell me you want what happened to Feng Qingyang to happen again. The supreme elder of the title temple said, What happened to Feng Qingyang? As soon as the supreme elder of the title temple finished speaking, everyone, including Su Konghai, fell silent. Although the title temple had been around for a long time, it was sad that no one in the current generation, including the temple master, had grasped any of the four Tao of heaven and earth. Although this was very common in the history of the title temple, it still made the current generation of title temple rulers feel sad and anxious. Although there were comprehensions of the four Taos of heaven and earth in the title temple, they were all comprehensions left behind by the ancestors of the title temple in the past. They were all written down and depended on one's comprehension ability. No one in the title temple was capable of personally teaching the four Tao of heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, the title temple shifted its focus to the people outside. Anyone who could be confirmed to have mastered one of the four Taos of heaven and earth would be captured so that the title temple could personally teach them. Back then, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had risen like a shooting star. He had even mastered the destruction Sword Tao, one of the four Tao of heaven and earth. In the beginning, the title temple had only sent someone to test the waters. That person was Tang Sanpeo's master, a high-ranking official of the title temple who was currently in seclusion. Although he was no longer in the title temple, he was still working for the title temple. However, when he challenged Feng Qingyang, he defeated Feng Qingyang. During that battle, the title temple discovered that Feng Qingyang had grasped the destruction Sword Tao. Based on Feng Qingyang's attainments in the destruction Sword Tao, it seemed like Feng Qingyang would continue to improve. For this reason, the title temple decided to wait for Feng Qingyang to master the destruction Sword Tao before making a move on Feng Qingyang and bringing him to the title temple. Mastering the destruction Sword Tao and mastering the destruction Sword Tao were two completely different concepts. Since Feng Qingyang was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the title temple was not in a hurry to capture him. Therefore, the title temple decided to wait for Feng Qingyang to become a god before capturing Feng Qingyang and forcing him to hand over his comprehension of the destruction Sword Tao. Now, Su Konghai and the others who were present were very patient and wanted to wait a little longer. However, before Feng Qingyang was about to become a god, they heard that Feng Qingyang was in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. At that time, they had regretted not making a move earlier. At that time, they thought Feng Qingyang, who was trapped in the Azura Hell, would definitely die. After all, the Azura Heaven and Earth was the God King, the Azura Heaven and Earth, the Azura God Azura. Just like its name, the Azura Heaven and Earth was hell. However, when Feng Qingyang returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and killed the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, hope rose in their hearts again. Then they sent Tang Sanpeo's master to test Duan Ling Tian again. This time, Tang Sanpeo's master was defeated miserably. Not only has Feng Qingyang mastered the destruction Sword Tao, but I can't even see through his destruction Sword Tao. Moreover, he's already a god. Moreover, he's only a clone from the law of earth. His true body and his strongest clone from the law of destruction aren't in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When they heard Tang Sanpeo's master's words, they knew it would be difficult for the title temple to make a move on Feng Qingyang. Even a god, a lesser god, was not someone they could easily control. At the very least, they did not have the perfect method to force a god to do something against his will. If a god wanted to commit suicide, they could stop him. However, they did not have the ability to completely control a god. We should have made a move earlier. At that time, they still regretted not making a move earlier. That's right. At the same time, another supreme elder from the titled temple chimed in. We can't afford to hesitate any longer. We only have one chance. If we miss this opportunity, it'll be difficult for us to kill Duan Lingtian in the future. Feng Qingyang should be thankful that we didn't make a move on him. It'll be fine if he knows what's good for him. However, if he doesn't, we'll turn him into a stray dog without waiting for him to make a move. The supreme elder from the titled temple, who had spoken earlier, said in a deep voice as his eyes glinted coldly. Temple Master. At this moment, even Su Konghai and the other vice temple master of the titled temple felt their blood boil when they heard the supreme elder's words. They turned to look at the temple master of the titled temple in unison, waiting for his opinion. The temple master's opinion would be final. What do the two of you think? The temple master of the titled temple looked at Su Konghai and the other vice temple master as he asked, now that the two supreme elders have made their stand, what do the two of you think we should do? Temple master, I agree with the two supreme elders' words. The other vice temple master was the first to speak up. Su Konghai smiled bitterly. Even if I told you not to make a move on Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop you, temple master, right? If I'm not mistaken, you've already made up your mind, temple master. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the other three old men turned to look at the temple master of the titled temple in unison. Let him stay. The temple master of the titled temple master said indifferently, just as the two supreme elders have said, do you think the titled temple is afraid of Feng Qingyang, a mere heavenly emperor who has only become a god a few hundred years ago? After we let Duan Lingtian stay, it'll be fine if he doesn't act recklessly. However, if he acts recklessly, we'll make him suffer. The temple master of the titled temple finally made up his mind. When do we make our move? Su Konghai asked. Let's wait until Duan Lingtian has spent enough time in the secret room of laws. The temple master of the titled temple pondered for a moment before he said, who knows, he might be able to comprehend something in the secret room of laws and improve his 4 Tao of heaven and earth. If that's the case, it'll be more beneficial to the titled temple. You're wise, temple master. The other vice temple master's eyes lit up as he flattered the temple master of the titled temple. At this moment, both Duan Lingtian and his master, Feng Qingyang, were unaware that the titled temple had decided to target Duan Lingtian. It took slightly more than a month for Duan Lingtian to leave the secret room of laws of fire and enter the secret room of laws of earth. Then he stayed in the secret room of laws of earth for 3 months before he came out. Time's up. When the time was up, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, he felt a huge force pushing him out of the secret room of laws of earth. Duan Lingtian, who was pushed out of the secret room of laws of earth, had a calm expression on his face. However, inwardly he was very satisfied with his gains this time. After all, he had successfully comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth. Moreover, he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth to the mastery stage. At this point, he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of earth to the mastery stage. The law of space, the law of time, the law of fire, the law of earth. Both of you, please help me contact Vice Temple Master Su. It's time for me to return with my master. After being pushed out of the secret room of laws, Duan Lingtian stood quietly in the same spot for a while before he looked at the two people outside the secret room. These two people were the elders of the titled temple who were in charge of guarding the secret room of laws of earth. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they nodded. At the same time, one of them sent a message to Su Konghai. I'll send a message to the Vice Temple Master for you. Please wait for a moment. The titled temple elder who sent the message to Su Konghai said, All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he sent a message to his master. Master, I've come out. I'll wait for Vice Temple Master Su to bring me to you. After that we can leave. I'll wait for both of you. Feng Qingyang nodded. At the same time he asked, did it go smoothly? It went smoothly. Duan Lingtian smiled. I've comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth to the mastery stage. Next, I'll have to fuse their profundities. It'll be similar to the law of time that I comprehended earlier. Naturally, Feng Qingyang praised Duan Lingtian's words. Not bad. I can impart some of my experience with the law of earth to you as well. However, you'll have to rely on your own comprehension of the law of earth, just like my sword Dao. I know that. Duan Lingtian replied again. At the same time, his eyes flashed as he saw a figure flying toward him from afar at lightning speed. Master, let's continue our discussion when we meet later. Vice Palace Master Su is here. Duan Lingtian, do you plan to stay in the Tidal Temple for a while longer to comprehend the law of fire and the law of earth while the iron is hot, or do you plan to return? Su Konghai asked with a smile when he arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Thank you for your kindness, Vice Temple Master Su, but I plan to return after meeting up with my master. Duan Lingtian replied. All right, I'll bring you to your master. Su Konghai nodded and did not say anything else. Under Su Konghai's lead, Duan Lingtian soon met his master, Feng Qingyang. At this time, his heart that had been hanging in the air was completely put down. In the end, it seemed like the Tidal Temple did not intend to do anything to him, let alone keep him alive. At this moment, before Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang could speak, the sound of wind whistling in the air suddenly rang in the air. It was piercing to the ears. Whoosh! At the same time, Su Konghai, who was originally standing near Duan Lingtian, rose into the air and hovered in the air. At the same time, the other four figures also appeared in a timely manner. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other three were old men. Chapter 3540. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by this sudden development. He did not expect this at all. Just a moment ago, Su Konghai, the Vice Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, had brought Duan Lingtian to his master out of goodwill. It was as though he was escorting Duan Lingtian out of the Tidal Temple. However, when Duan Lingtian saw his master, it seemed as though Su Konghai had turned into a completely different person. He stood in the air and surrounded Duan Lingtian with four other people. Was the Tidal Temple planning to keep him here after all? Moreover, they did not even bother to hide their intentions in front of his master. Where did the Tidal Temple get their confidence from? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened immediately. His eyes gleamed coldly, and a terrifying aura surged out of his body. It seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped a few degrees. Duan Lingtian's heart sank at this moment. The Tidal Temple must have thought about the consequences of their actions. However, since this had happened, it meant the Tidal Temple was prepared to bear the consequences of their actions. It was obvious they were no longer afraid of his master, Feng Qingyang. Or perhaps they did not think his master was a threat to the Tidal Temple? Wu Hongqing. Unlike Duan Lingtian, who had a grim expression on his face, Feng Qingyang's expression remained calm. His eyes were trained on the middle-aged man hovering in the air. Wu Hongqing was the current hall master of the Tidal Temple. Humph. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, the old man who was hovering in the air snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Feng Qingyang, do you think a mere heavenly emperor like you has the right to call our hall master by his name? Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the figure hovering in the air. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a long blue robe. He was tall and burly, and there was a bloody crescent moon mark between his eyebrows. His brows were as sharp as swords, and he exuded an imposing aura. At this very moment, the other party was looking down at him and his master. Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing stood in the air and looked at Feng Qingyang indifferently. He said indifferently, "The title temple wants you as a core disciple. You just pretend that you don't have such a disciple. If you're willing, the title temple won't try to deprive you of your position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. You can continue to be the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven for as long as you want. This is what I, Wu Hongqing, the current hall master of the title temple, promise you." As soon as Wu Hongqing opened his mouth, he asked for Duan Lingtian from Feng Qingyang. He even offered a price at the right time. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly to himself. It seemed that he still had some value. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that the people in the title temple, including the hall master, were unaware of his master's true strength. Otherwise, he would not have made such a promise. With his master's strength, there was no need for the title temple to make such a promise. With his own strength, he was more than capable of becoming the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Has the title temple made up your mind? Feng Qingyang ignored Wu Hongqing's words. He stared at Wu Hongqing indifferently. His voice was so calm that it was frightening. "Feng Qingyang, stop trying to be mysterious." Another Grand Supreme Elder from the title temple chimed in with a mocking smile. "How long has it been since you became a god? I'm afraid you're only an intermediate god at most, right? How dare you threaten the title temple? Perhaps you'll say that your true body and your clone from the law of destruction aren't here, so you can seek revenge on the title temple's branches in the Devata realms. If your true body and your clone from the law of destruction dare to make a move on the title temple's branches, I'll personally teleport over to kill you." A hint of killing intent could be seen on the Supreme Elder's face as he spoke. Then he added, "Moreover, if you dare to act recklessly, even if you've already escaped by the time I arrive, I won't be able to escape from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Unless you're willing to become a sectless cultivator and live a fugitive. However, you'll still be hunted down by the god-level powerhouses of the title temple." The title temple's Grand Supreme Elder's every word and action was a perfect example of the word threat. Upon hearing the Supreme Elder's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned unsightly. He did not expect the title temple would be so ruthless. You want me to die a graveless death?" Contrary to Duan Lingtian's unsightly expression, a faint smile could be seen on Feng Qingyang's face when he instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, watch out, Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple, cried out in alarm as his eyes widened. Swoosh! At the same time, Wu Hongqing vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the Supreme Elder who had threatened Feng Qingyang earlier. However, it was too late. The Supreme Elder from the title temple who had threatened Duan Lingtian earlier had a bloody hole in his glabella. Even then, he was still wearing a disdainful expression on his face. It was clear he did not react in time. The Supreme Elder, Su Konghai, and the Vice Hall Master of the title temple felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar when they saw this. They felt chills running up their spines from the soles of their feet to their heads. Brother Quan." When the remaining Supreme Elder of the title temple regained his senses, a look of grief and indignation appeared on his face. Flames of fury burned in his eyes. However, he was unable to vent his anger on Feng Qingyang. This was because when he looked at Feng Qingyang again, there was more fear in his eyes than anger. How's this possible? When the two Vice Hall Masters from the title temple, including Su Konghai, regained their senses, an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. Their title temple Supreme Elder was a higher god, and he was a Grand Elder. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had died right in front of them. Moreover, they did not even see how he had died. All they heard was the sound of a sword humming in the air. Feng Qingyang, did he draw his sword? I'm an intermediate god, but I didn't even see him draw his sword. Moreover, this is only his clone from the Law of Earth. Su Konghai and the Vice Hall Master from the Tidal Temple trembled in fear. It's not just us. Even Elder Su Quan did not react in time to Feng Qingyang's attack. If that's the case, there's only one possibility. At the same time, Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, finally spoke. Feng Qingyang, you've actually broken through to the God King stage. You've become a God King. Wu Hongqing's tone was filled with anger, but at the same time it was also filled with fear. His face was filled with disbelief. How many years had it been since Feng Qingyang became a god? How was he already a God King? How was this possible? God King. Su Konghai and the other two Vice Hall Masters had already realized that Feng Qingyang's strength was definitely at the God King stage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the Supreme Elder from the Tidal Temple so easily. Master has broken through? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw Feng Qingyang killing the Supreme Elder from the Tidal Temple. This was something that he had not expected. After all, when he went to the Azura Hell with his master's main body was still quite a distance away from breaking through to the God King stage. He did not expect his master to break through to the God King stage in just slightly more than a year. Now, the Tidal Temple still wants to keep my disciple alive. Feng Qingyang stepped into the air and stood in the center of the four experts from the Tidal Temple with his hands on his back. His expression was calm as he said, "If you still want to, you can try." Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing's expression darkened as he stared at Feng Qingyang. "Since you're a God King, why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to kill the Supreme Elder of the Tidal Temple to prove your strength? You did it on purpose." As soon as Wu Hongqing found out that Feng Qingyang was a God King, he knew that it was impossible for him and the Tidal Temple to keep Duan Lingtian alive. Moreover, Su Quan, the Supreme Elder of the Tidal Temple, had died in vain. Even if Wu Hongqing could control the formation in the Tidal Temple's main hall to deal with Feng Qingyang, it was impossible for him to kill Feng Qingyang. Even the most powerful killing formation in the Tidal Temple's main hall could only kill ordinary gods at most. This was because the formation was powerful and there were many divine crystals as the driving source of the formation. It should be noted that divine crystals could not be used to set up divine formations unless they were in the realms of gods. This was because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods could not resonate with divine crystals. Only the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods could resonate with divine crystals and allow divine formations to unleash their full potential. The killing formation in the Tidal Temple's main hall could kill a God King in the realms of gods. However, in the realms of gods, it could only kill ordinary lesser gods at most. Otherwise, it could only injure the lesser gods severely. So what if I did it on purpose? Feng Qingyang retorted indifferently. He looked at Wu Hongqing calmly. On the other hand, Wu Hongqing's eyes were cold, and his body emitted a bone-chilling aura. "Little Tian, let's go." Feng Qingyang glanced at Wu Hongqing indifferently before he beckoned to Duan Lingtian to leave with Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Tidal Temple, looked at Feng Qingyang with hostility in his eyes. It was as though he had no intention of making a move at all. It was as though he wanted to let Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang leave. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave with Feng Qingyang, humph! Another cold snort came from afar. However, a figure appeared in the distant void above. Tathagata. As soon as the figure appeared, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. He recognized the person. It was the temple master of the Tidal Temple's Xian Yuantian branch, who was currently controlled by the dead spirit clansman. Chapter 3541. Temple Master Relay. Even Su Konghai, one of the vice temple masters of the Tidal Temple, was taken aback by Relay's arrival. He did not expect Rilai would show up at such a time. Moreover, Rilai was swaggering in front of them. Can't you see that even we have to avoid Feng Qingyang's attack? Who would have thought Feng Qingyang was already a god king? If they had known this earlier, they would not have shown up to force Feng Qingyang to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, a god king was more than enough to force the title temple to compromise. At the very least, they had no choice but to compromise. Although the title temple could mobilize more powerful forces, those forces were all in the realms of gods. Before the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms was opened, they would not be able to use those forces. Currently, their strongest cultivator was the hall master of the main hall of the title temple, a mere celestial king. Perhaps the temple master of the title temple was not afraid of Feng Qingyang. However, what about the others in the title temple? If Feng Qingyang really wanted to fight to the death, with his strength as a celestial king, he could easily slaughter the entire title temple until only the hall master of the title temple remained. For this reason, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the title temple, did not attack Feng Qingyang even though he was infuriated. After all, it was meaningless. Moreover, it would only worsen the situation. If Feng Qingyang was only an intermediate god, the title temple would not have to worry about him. After all, there were more than 20 intermediate gods in the title temple. There were also more than 5 higher gods in the title temple. Even if Feng Qingyang's cultivation base was at the higher rank deity stage, they would still be wary of him. At that time, they would consider keeping Duan Lingtian alive no matter what. However, Feng Qingyang had killed one of the title temple's higher gods and displayed his strength as a celestial king. At this moment, there was no need for them to hesitate. They had no other choice. Hall Master Rilai? Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall of the title temple, glanced at Tathagata indifferently before he said, "Vice Hall Master, Su told me that you said you'd come over to help us come up with a solution. However, it's meaningless now. You, go back to your Heaven Xian Tian Branch Palace." Su Konghai had told Wu Hongqing that Tathagata, who was at the pinnacle of Xianyuan heaven, was coming, so Wu Hongqing knew about it. Now, seeing that Tathagata was late and had even arrived at this time, he could not help but feel a little irritated. In his opinion, even if all the palace masters of the title temple's branches in the Devata realms were gathered here, it would still be useless, let alone Tathagata. Feng Qingyang was a godly king. Even if he was no match for him, this was only Feng Qingyang's avatar of the laws of earth. Besides that, he still had his main body and his avatar of the laws of destruction. That was what was truly frightening. "Hall Master, I saw what happened earlier." Upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words, Tathagata said indifferently, "I didn't expect Feng Qingyang to have become a celestial king. Although he's only a primitive celestial king, it's still shocking." Wu Hongqing was taken aback by Tathagata's words. He did not expect Tathagata to have arrived so early and witnessed Feng Qingyang's attack. However, if that was the case, why did Tathagata still dare to show up in such a domineering manner? "Hall Master, all of you can just watch the show from the sidelines. Once I possess Duan Lingtian, as long as the title temple is willing to make me the next Hall Master, I'm willing to share all of his comprehension of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with the title temple." Possession. Upon hearing Tathagata's words, the few godly powerhouses in the title temple, including Wu Hongqing, were stunned. Even if Tathagata wanted to possess Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, right? Wasn't Tathagata simply possessing a body? Should I call you Tathagata, or a member of the dead spirit clan? Wu Hongqing, Su Konghai, and the others from the title temple were still stunned by Tathagata's words when Duan Lingtian looked at Tathagata and asked meaningfully, "Dead spirit clan?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the few people from the title temple looked at Tathagata warily. Their expressions turned solemn. As high-ranking officials of the title temple who had lived for a long time, It was only natural that they knew what the Dead Spirit clan meant. It seems like you know everything. Tathagata, also known as Yahiko the Venerable, was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh. However, I would prefer if you called me Yahiko the Venerable. As for the Dead Spirit clan, after I possess you, the Dead Spirit clan will no longer accept me, and I'll no longer be a member of the Dead Spirit clan. I will become you. I will take over everything you have, including your memories, and everything related to cultivation. Yahiko paused for a moment before he looked at Wu Hongqing. Temple Master, you should have a certain understanding of the Dead Spirit clan. You should know that it's impossible for the Dead Spirit clan to accept another person who has possessed a physical body. You should also know that every member of the Dead Spirit clan has a chance to completely possess another person's body. I plan to use this chance on Duan Lingtian. As for Tathagata, I haven't completely possessed him. I've only suppressed his soul and temporarily gained control of his body. What I said to you earlier was also not false. I need the protection of the Tidal Temple. If the Dead Spirit clan finds out about me and wants to make a move on me, you have to protect me. As for whether I'll become the next Temple Master of the Tidal Temple, that's only secondary. As long as you agree, I'll share all of Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the four Tao of heaven and earth with the Tidal Temple after I successfully possess him. Master Yahiko brought up this matter again. Wu Hongqing was slightly tempted by Yahiko's words. He knew about the Dead Spirit clan. It was a variant clan in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. There was also information about the Dead Spirit clan in the Tidal Temple, including the fact that every member of the Dead Spirit clan had a chance to completely possess another person's body, and that the Dead Spirit clan did not allow members of the Dead Spirit clan to possess another person's body. The Tidal Temple also recorded that the Dead Spirit clan was almost destroyed by a member of the Dead Spirit clan who had possessed another person's body. I agree to your request. Due to his understanding of the Dead Soul clan, Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, was confident he would be able to protect Mi Yen after he possessed Duan Ling Tian. Wu Hongqing sent Yahiko a voice transmission since he was afraid of angering Feng Qingyang. However, with Feng Qingyang here, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to possess Duan Ling Tian. I can't help you as well. If I help you, even if you succeed in possessing Duan Lingtian's body, Feng Qingyang won't let you off so easily. Wu Hongqing expressed his concern. Don't worry, Temple Master. There's no need for you to help. Yahiko replied confidently through voice transmission. As for Feng Qingyang, it won't take long for him to disappear from this world. He's just a primitive celestial king. As soon as Yahiko finished speaking, he lowered his head and said softly, Big brother, I'll leave Feng Qingyang to you. After destroying his law avatars, it shouldn't take long for you to find out where his true body and other avatars are. Please help me kill him once and for all. After saying that, Yahiko's eyes flashed with a cold light. Big brother. Although Yahiko spoke softly, everyone present on the scene could hear him clearly. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn at this moment. Duan Lingtian finally remembered. Previously, when his master, Feng Qingyang, was about to kill Yahiko in the primordial precipice in the primordial heaven, Yahiko had said he had an elder brother who was a celestial king. Did Yahiko's elder brother come with him? Moreover, Yahiko's elder brother knew his master was a celestial king, and yet Yahiko's elder brother was not a primitive celestial king. As soon as Yahiko's words attracted the attention of the people from the Tidal Temple, a soul suddenly emerged from Yahiko's body. His spiritual body was in the form of a human. As it floated in the air, it emitted a terrifying aura that quickly locked onto Feng Qingyang. Brother Yen, this is the last time I'll help you. Take care of yourself in the future. The soul was none other than Mi Xian, the patriarch of the Spectre clan whom Yahiko had invited from the Spectre clan. He was an intermediate celestial king from the Spectre clan. Brother, I won't have the face to beg you in the future." Yahiko smiled bitterly, but his eyes were filled with excitement. After all, he was going to have a new body soon. Moreover, it would be a perfect body for him. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Yahiko finished speaking, Meixian made his move. A terrifying soul energy surged out of his body. Since the Spectre clan was a soul, they were skilled in soul attacks. They could not use material attacks. This is Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Title Temple, was shocked and delighted when he saw Meixian's attack. An intermediate celestial king. Although he had guessed Meixian's helper would be strong enough to suppress Feng Qingyang, he was certain the helper was at least an intermediate celestial king. However, when he saw Meixian's strength as an intermediate celestial king, he could not help but feel a surge of emotions. The Spectre clan is skilled in locking onto souls and tracking the owner of souls. Even if a god's avatar is targeted by the Spectre clan, they'll be able to track down the owner's true body and other avatars in a short time. Wu Hongqing's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. This intermediate celestial king from the Spectre clan should be able to deal with Feng Qingyang's true body and all of his avatars. Literature Hall. Chapter 3542. The Dead Spirit Clan was an unusual life form. They were spiritual life forms. This life form was born with a powerful soul. After becoming a celestial king, they could easily kill most celestial kings of the same cultivation base with their soul attacks. Moreover, the Dead Spirit Clan was adept at locking onto souls and tracking their masters. It was said that they were natural killers in ancient times. They could slay celestials and slaughter gods. Even gods would not be able to escape once their souls were locked onto by the Dead Spirit Clan. Even if it was just a law avatar, their main body and other law avatars would not be able to escape once their souls were locked onto. Therefore, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Title Temple, was overjoyed when he saw Lord Yahiko summoning a middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit Clan. This meant that Feng Qingyang was doomed. Feng Qingyang was only a lower celestial king like him. Even he would not be able to escape from a middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit Clan if he did not have the soul defense, divine, weapon from the Title Temple. He did not even have a 10% chance of escaping, let alone Feng Qingyang, who had become a lower celestial king after him, unless he has a soul defense, divine weapon. However, that's almost impossible. Wu Hongqing thought to himself. Whoosh! Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit Clan turned into a ray of blood-red light and entered his master's glabella before he could react. He disappeared into his master's glabella. Then he saw that around his divine master's body, in addition to the divine power that contained the law of earth, streaks of terrifying soul power also spread out in all directions at the right time. It was as if two soul powers were colliding. However, it was obvious that the middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit Clan had the upper hand. Oh no! Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, not to mention that his master was only a clone of the laws of earth. The spiritual energy it contained couldn't be compared to his master's main body at all. Even the soul power that the expert from the Dead Spirit Clan exuded when he attacked made him realize that his opponent's soul power was so strong that even his master's original body might not be a match for it. Moreover, since Master Yahiko was still so confident even after knowing that his master was a lower divine king, it meant that his elder brother was stronger than a lower divine king, or at least a mid-divine king. Don't mention that you're just a law clone. Even if your true body was here, I would still be able to turn you into ashes. Meixian's indifferent voice rang from within Feng Qingyang's body at this moment. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the others could sense that Meixian's soul energy was growing stronger and Feng Qingyang's soul energy was weakening. They were like candles in the wind that could be blown out at any time. If you dare touch my disciple, I, Feng Qingyang, will enter the netherworld in the future and destroy your entire dead spirit clan. Feng Qingyang spoke as his soul was gradually being destroyed. His voice was so cold that it felt as though winter had arrived. It was bone-chilling. I believe that you will have the ability to do so in the future. Mi Xian's voice rang out again. In just 10,000 years, you have achieved what you have today. In the future, becoming a divine emperor or even a god emperor will be a cinch. Unfortunately, you are destined to never mature. After destroying your clone, I will track down your true body and the other clones and destroy them one by one to prevent future trouble. Mi Xian's tone turned icy as he spoke. Little Tian, run! Feng Qingyang shouted as his body exploded. A terrifying force that came from his divine energy that was infused with the law of earth swept out in all directions and slammed into everyone present. Bang! 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 3 loud bangs rang out. The remaining Supreme Elder of the Title Temple and the 2 Vice Temple Masters, including Su Konghai, were sent flying by the force. They spat out mouthfuls of blood as they flew backward. At the same time, Wu Hongqing, the Title Temple Master, made his move as well. He stood in front of Lord Yahiko to protect him. He did not even protect the Supreme Elder of the Title Temple and the 2 Vice Temple Masters. He only protected Lord Yahiko. Thank you, Temple Master. Lord Yahiko transmitted his voice to Wu Hongqing. Before this, Lord Yahiko had thought that Feng Qingyang's clone would unleash his greatest strength before his soul was destroyed to create a way out for Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Lord Yahiko had notified Wu Hongqing in advance, so that Wu Hongqing could protect him. As expected, Feng Qingyang had made his move. Although the law of earth that he had comprehended was not as powerful as the law of destruction that Lord Yahiko had comprehended, his strength as a god king was still enough to crush any deities below the god king realm. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between a god king and a deity, the difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. For example, Feng Qingyang had not targeted the Supreme Elder of the Title Temple, a higher deity. However, he had still been sent flying and had sustained serious injuries. As for the 2 Vice Temple Masters of the Title Temple, Su Konghai and the other Vice Temple Master, they were severely injured. They were barely able to stand in the void in the distance. Their bodies were swaying as they looked at Feng Qingyang in horror. Feng Qingyang was only a clone, but he was already so powerful. If his original body and his avatar of the laws of destruction were to come, just how powerful would they be? Run! As soon as Feng Qingyang's clone unleashed his strength, Duan Lingtian had already made his escape. He teleported again and again at the right time. When he was about to leave, he turned around and saw that his master's clone had been completely destroyed. Master's Earth Elemental avatar was destroyed just like that, and the wisp of soul in his avatar was also destroyed. With the destruction of the soul fragment, Master's original soul will also suffer a backlash. As for his clone, he'll have to spend a lot of time and effort to form it again. Although Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, would only need a certain amount of time to fully recover and form his clone again, Duan Lingtian's master would not be able to do so. However, Duan Lingtian was still furious at what had happened to his master. That dead spirit clansman deserved to die. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian discovered that his teleportation had failed. At the same time, he sensed a terrifying aura around him. A formation. Duan Lingtian's expression turned unsightly immediately. He knew the Title Temple had made a move to save his master. Previously, when his master had displayed his strength as a god king, the Title Temple did not dare to act rashly. Then, Lord Yahiko from the Dead Spirit clan, who had half-possessed Gautama Buddha's body, had appeared. He had brought his elder brother, a Dead Spirit clansman who was suspected to be at least a mid-level god king, and had forcefully destroyed his master's clone and forced his master's clone to self-destruct. Apart from that, Lord Yahiko's elder brother had also said that he would hunt down his master. The Dead Spirit clansmen were blessed by the heavens in this aspect. Duan Lingtian had learned about this during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. After all, he was being targeted by a dead spirit clansman. If he did not learn more about his opponent, he might not even know how he died. Although his master was Feng Qingyang, it was impossible for him to stay by his side and protect him all the time. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, didn't make a move earlier. He's only watching because he's afraid of Master's true body and his clone from the Law of Destruction. Now that a mid-level God King from the Dead Spirit clan has made a move, he's determined to hunt down his master. Wu Hongqing must think Master won't be able to escape from the Dead Spirit clansmen, so he's no longer worried. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During this process, his hands did not remain idle. He used all his strength to break through the restraints of the space. However, he discovered that even though the formations in the surroundings were on the verge of collapse from his attacks, they were not destroyed by him in the end. They still stood firm. It's useless. Wu Hongqing looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently as he said, "The formation in the Tidal Temple is capable of sealing anyone below the level of a god. As long as your strength hasn't reached the level of a god, you won't be able to break free from it." Haha. After Wu Hongqing appeared, Yahiko arrived as well. He looked at Duan Lingtian intently as though he was admiring a piece of art. "Duan Lingtian, in the end, you still fell into my hands," Yahiko said. Swoosh! After Wu Hongqing appeared, his elder brother, who was in his soul form, appeared next to him. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames as he looked at Duan Lingtian intently. "Little brother Yen, is he the one with the perfect body that you've taken a fancy to?" "That's right." Lord Yahiko nodded excitedly. "Big brother, I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you." Lord Yahiko was so excited that he had lost his composure. "There's no need for thanks between us brothers." Mi Xian shook his head. "However, little brother Yen, it's best for you to hide for a while after you possess him. I'm worried that Feng Qingyang will go to the Dead Spirit clan before I can find him. After all, we're not the only ones who know about the rule of the Dead Spirit clan. Many outsiders know about it as well." Mi Xian voiced his concern. "Don't worry, big brother," Lord Yahiko said nonchalantly. "I've already discussed this with Temple Master Wu Hongqing. After I possess Duan Lingtian, I'll share the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with the Tidal Temple. In return, the Tidal Temple will be responsible for protecting me. As long as I'm in the main hall of the Tidal Temple, even the Supreme Elders won't dare to act recklessly," Duan Lingtian said. It was clear that Lord Yahiko was very confident in his backer. Chapter 3543. Since you're so considerate, I'm relieved. Mi Xian nodded before he turned to Lord Yahiko and said, "It's time for you to possess him. The sooner you do so, the sooner you'll be able to accept everything about him." "All right." Lord Yahiko nodded before he looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian also looked at Duan Lingtian. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. As for Lord Yahiko, his eyes shone with a strange light. "I have news about the 5 divine elements," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he glanced at the 3 people before him who were about to possess him. "The 5 divine elements." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lord Yahiko stopped moving. Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing stared at him. "Humph." But soon, Yahiko coldly snorted. "Even if what you said is true, so what? As long as I possess you, I'll know if you're telling the truth or not. If you're telling the truth, I'll be able to find the 5 divine elements myself." Lord Yahiko nodded. Both Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing nodded at Master Yahiko's words. That was indeed the case. Temple Master Wu. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Wu Hongqing. "Even if I have news about the 5 divine elements, after he possesses me, He can just say that he doesn't have any and won't share it with you. The information I know about the 5 divine elements isn't as simple as it seems. It's possible to obtain all of the 5 divine elements there. If I bring you there, you might be able to obtain your own 5 divine elements. Wu Hongqing frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had not thought about it earlier, but now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he felt it made sense. Stop trying to sow discord, brat. Lord Yahiko's expression turned cold as he sneered. In my opinion, you're trying to use this opportunity to leave the title temple, right? So what? Duan Lingtian glanced at Yahiko, then looked at Wu Hongqing and said in a deep voice, Temple Master Wu, I know that I can't change my decision today. However, I hope that I can return to my hometown and return to my hometown. This is my greatest wish. If you're willing to do it, I can share the whereabouts of the 5 divine elements with you. I've already mastered one of the 5 divine elements. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he controlled the world, cleansing divine water from the 5 divine elements to cover his body. A gentle, water-like energy spread out and filled the air like ripples. World cleansing divine water. As soon as the power of the world cleansing divine water spread out, Wu Hongqing, Mi Xian, and even Lord Yahiko's eyes lit up. Wu Hongqing wasn't interested in taking over Duan Lingtian's body, and neither was Mi Xian. Only Master Yahiko was interested. However, all of them were interested in the 5 divine elements. Even if Mi Xian, a member of the Dead Spirit clan, did not have a physical body, he could still comprehend the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with the help of the 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements were one of the prerequisites to becoming a supreme expert. With the 5 divine elements, he would be able to comprehend the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with half the effort. Perhaps he might even be able to break through the shackles of the Dead Spirit clan and become a divine emperor. This is the 7th form of the world, cleansing divine water. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Hongqing and Master Yahiko's eyes widened in shock. Even Mi Xian's body trembled slightly. Although they could sense that Duan Lingtian's world cleansing divine water was not an ordinary world cleansing divine water. It was a high-level world cleansing divine water. However, they did not expect it to be the 7th form of the world cleansing divine water. It was common knowledge that the 5 divine elements only had 9 forms. The 7th form of the world cleansing divine water was close to the perfect form of the world cleansing divine water. While the 3 of them were still in shock, Duan Lingtian said, I know that there are 4 other 5 divine elements in that place. Like the world cleansing divine water, they're all in the 7th form of the 5 divine elements. At first, the world cleansing divine water tried to persuade them to follow me, but they refused. They said they wanted to wait for their fated person. Duan Lingtian continued to say, I only have one request. I only have one request. Even if my soul is to perish, it must perish in my hometown. The other 4 divine elements are also in my hometown. Although Duan Lingtian's words were tempting, Wu Hongqing and Master Yahiko were not stupid. However, Wu Hongqing, Mi Xian, and Mi Yan were not fools. Naturally, they did not believe Duan Lingtian's words, even after he revealed the world cleansing divine water. Yahiko. Wu Hongqing looked at Yahiko and said indifferently, You can possess Duan Lingtian here, but I want his world cleansing divine water. As for the other 4 divine elements, they'll belong to you and Mi Xian. Wu Hongqing seemed very generous at this moment. In fact, this was because he had seen the world cleansing divine water. As for the other 4 divine elements, he did not know if they really existed. Perhaps Duan Lingtian had made them up? Under such circumstances, it would be best if Yahiko agreed to give up the world cleansing divine water. However, Yahiko was unwilling to comply with Wu Hongqing's request. He smiled faintly and said, "Temple Master, there's no need to rush. Since he said that he wants to die in his hometown, and the other 4 divine elements are in his hometown, then let's go with him. If the other 4 divine elements really exist, I'm willing to give 2 of them to the tidal temple. The other 2 divine elements and the world cleansing divine water will belong to me and my elder brother." Yahiko said, "What if he's lying?" Wu Hongqing frowned. He did not want to miss out on the world cleansing divine water. "There's nothing I can do if he's lying," Yahiko said with a shrug. Based on his words, it was clear he did not intend to give up the world cleansing divine water after possessing Duan Lingtan. Immediately, Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically. In the end, Wu Hongqing decided to bring Duan Lingtian to his hometown. "Duan Lingtian, as far as I know, you have more than one hometown, right? Are you referring to the Holy Region realm or the Yanhuang realm?" Duan Lingtian was surprised by Wu Hongqing's words. He did not expect Wu Hongqing to know so much about him. To be more precise, the tidal temple knew so much about him. "The Yanhuang realm." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "Although I've spent more time in the Saint Province realm, and the Saint Province realm accounts for more of my hometown, the 5 divine elements are in the Yanhuang realm, not the Saint Province realm. Naturally, if you obtain the 5 divine elements and are willing to send me back to the Saint Province realm, I'll be even more grateful." Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was as though he was certain he would die. "You're smart." Wu Hongqing looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, "If you're not lying to us, we can send you back to the Saint Province realm and let Yahiko possess you there." In the end, Wu Hongqing decided to send Yahiko to another place to possess Duan Lingtian. After all, the 5 divine elements were too tempting. In the end, even Mi Xian was not in a hurry to track down Feng Qingyang and his law clones. Instead, he left the tidal temple with Duan Lingtian, Wu Jingdian, and Yahiko and returned to the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm. Then, through the solitary destructive heaven, they traveled to the Yanhuang realm, Duan Lingtian's hometown. Where are the 5 divine elements? Wu Hongqing and Yahiko followed closely behind Duan Lingtian as they stared at him intently. Mi Xian followed closely behind them as well. "It's just ahead. We're almost there." Duan Lingtian brought the 3 of them as they traveled through the boundless starry sky of Yanhuang realm. His eyes swept across his surroundings as though he was searching for something. At the same time, he extended his divine consciousness as well. Finally, after 5 days, Duan Lingtian came to a halt. He appeared in the ruins of a barren planet. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian was the first to appear in the ruins of a barren planet. Wu Hongqing, Yahiko, and Mi Xian followed closely behind. As soon as they landed, their expressions changed drastically. This was especially true for Mi Xian. He was in his soul form, so his body trembled uncontrollably. "It's really the other 5 divine elements. I can sense the chaos divine flame's energy. That's the profound divine metal, the clear heavens divine wood, and the chaos divine earth." Wu Hongqing's eyes lit up when he heard the energy coming from the 5 divine elements. 2 of them would belong to him and the tidal temple. Yahiko, on the other hand, had a regretful expression on his face when he regained his senses. If he had known earlier, he would not have been so generous as to promise Wu Hongqing 2 divine elements. This was because he had thought Duan Lingtian was lying. As for Mi Xian, he became even more agitated. "I want the clear heavens divine wood of these 5 divine elements." Compared to the other 5 divine elements, the clear heavens divine wood was more suitable for a soul form like him. Moreover, he could possess the clear heavens divine wood and use its characteristics to transform into various forms. Moreover, the clear heavens divine wood was also very suitable for a soul form to possess. Moreover, cultivating in the clear heavens divine wood would be twice as effective with half the effort. All right. Wu Hongqing nodded. I want the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked for the two main offensive types of the 5 divine elements. Hall Master Wu. Upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words, Yahiko was slightly reluctant. Fire and water have always been incompatible. I have the world cleansing divine water and the chaos divine flame, so I can give them to you and the tidal temple. However, you have to give me the profound divine metal. Based on Yahiko's words, it was clear he wanted the world cleansing divine water and the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth to Wu Hongqing. Chapter 3544. Chaos Divine Earth? Wu Hongqing frowned. Yahiko, I don't need the Chaos Divine Earth. You can have the profound divine metal if you want, but you have to give me the world cleansing divine water. I want the world cleansing divine water and the chaos divine flame. Duan Ling Tian, who had his back facing them, sneered when he heard Wu Hongqing and Mi Yan haggling inwardly. 2 idiots! Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, a gentle aura swept out of his body and entered the ground in just a blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Yahiko's elder brother, Mi Xian, asked coldly, "What are you doing?" At this moment, Wu Hongqing and Yahiko shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian. A hint of vigilance could be seen on their faces as well. In fact, they did not believe Duan Ling Tian when he said he wanted to die in his hometown. However, the temptation of the 5 divine elements was too great. Moreover, they were confident that Duan Ling Tian would not be able to escape their control even if he went to the mundane realm. Moreover, they did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to find help to deal with them. Now that the 3 of them were together, they were not afraid even if Feng Qingyang's true body or his law clones were to come. Due to their confidence and greed, they had brought Duan Ling Tian to the mundane realm, Yanhuang realm. When they arrived at the barren planet in Yanhuang realm, they could clearly sense the auras of the other 4 divine elements. The auras of these 4 divine element spirits were extremely powerful. Clearly, they were all high-level divine element spirits. Nothing. Duan Ling Tian slowly turned around and looked at Mi Xian. He said indifferently, "The world cleansing divine water hasn't seen its old friends for a long time, so it went to catch up with them. Furthermore, I am about to die, so there is no need for it to reside in my body." After Duan Ling Tian said this, Mi Xian didn't say anything else. After all, Duan Ling Tian's explanation was methodical and flawless. Divine King Mi Xian. At this time, Wu Hongqing looked at Mi Xian and said solemnly, "Your soul is the strongest here. Please keep an eye on the 5 divine elements and don't let them escape." "There's no need for Hall Master, Wu, to remind me," Mi Xian said. Earlier, his boundless presence had already enveloped the entire planet and a large portion of the surrounding star field. It was impossible for the 5 divine elements to escape from under his nose. "Sure, you can have the world cleansing divine water." In the end, because of Wu Hongqing's insistence, Yahiko compromised. Among the 5 divine elements, the world cleansing divine water and the chaos divine flame would belong to Wu Hongqing and the tidal temple. As for the other 3 divine elements, they would belong to him and his big brother, Mi Xian. A bright smile appeared on Wu Hongqing's face when he saw that Yahiko had compromised. "Yahiko, don't waste any more time. It's time to possess Duan Ling Tian. Now that we've brought him to his hometown, Yanhuang realm, we've fulfilled one of his wishes." When Wu Hongqing looked at Duan Ling Tian again, he smiled faintly, but his eyes were indifferent. Duan Ling Tian. Yahiko looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bright smile on his face. "Thank you for providing me with information about the 5 divine elements. Thank you for your body. If you have an afterlife, you can choose to be a dog. If you meet me, I'll definitely feed you well and take good care of you." Ha ha ha. Yihiko could not help but laugh when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Yihiko's laughter. He looked at Yihiko coldly and did not say a word. Whoosh! At the same time, Yihiko's soul finally left Tathagata's body and rushed toward Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! Tathagata's body fell to the ground. He closed his eyes for a moment before he struggled to open them again. He sat down cross-legged and looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of pity in his eyes. Amitabha, benefactor Duan deserves the credit for me regaining control of my body. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to repay this karma. Tathagata sighed as he muttered to himself. Over the years, although Master Yihiko has taken over the initiative of his body, he is aware of everything that happens outside. Master Yihiko's experience is no different from his own experience. It's just that he can't control his body, that's all. He was more like a spectator who had witnessed everything. Whoosh! Yihiko's soul rushed into Duan Lingtian's body and rushed toward Duan Lingtian's soul. Duan Lingtian, I won't be sending you off. Yihiko's soul chuckled in Duan Lingtian's mind. Then a powerful soul, or more accurately a soul, charged toward Duan Lingtian's soul. Yihiko did not even bother to use any tricks, since he did not think it was necessary. Even if Duan Lingtian was a 10-direction celestial emperor, his soul was strong enough to shatter the soul of a mere celestial emperor. I've been waiting for you for a long time. However, Duan Lingtian's soul remained calm even when faced with Excellency Mihaya's powerful soul attack. He replied indifferently, yes. Stop trying to be mysterious. In the next moment, your soul will be shattered by my soul. Yihiko sneered disdainfully. At this moment, Yihiko's soul was not far away from Duan Lingtian's soul. Is that so? As soon as Duan Lingtian sneered, a 5-colored light suddenly shone around Duan Lingtian's soul. There was a golden light, a green light, a blue light, a red light, and a yellow light. It was dazzling and magnificent. Not only was the 5-colored light beautiful, but it also seemed to have transformed into a bloody mouth when it appeared around Duan Lingtian's soul. Then it swallowed Yihiko's soul that was charging toward him. No. Yihiko's soul let out a mournful shriek almost as soon as the bloody mouth swallowed it. The shriek was so loud that it reverberated at a terrifying frequency. Even Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing, who were outside, heard it loud and clear. Instantly, the two of them turned pale. Tathagata, who was sitting cross-legged, also heard the scream. He looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Heavens, is this for real? Master Yihiko let out a shrill cry when he was trying to possess Duan Lingtian's body. Moreover, he did not move after that. Tathagata instinctively extended his divine sense and fell on Duan Lingtian's body. He only felt the power of the 5 elements fused together, and it was not difficult to identify what kind of power it was. It's the power of the 5 divine elements fused together. Duan Lingtian destroyed Yihiko's soul with the help of the 5 divine elements. Tathagata sucked in a breath of cold air. Others might not know how terrifying Yihiko's soul was, but Tathagata knew very well. After all, he had been suppressed by Yihiko for many years. And now Yihiko was destroyed? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Tathagata was so frightened that he fell into a daze. Little brother Yen. Yihiko's elder brother, Mi Xian, the patriarch of the dead spirit tribe, could not help but cry out in grief. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his soul grew restless. You destroyed my little brother Yan's soul. I want you dead. I want you dead. In the next moment, Yihiko turned into a blood-red light and shot toward Duan Lingtian. Mi Xian, I'll go to the dead spirit tribe to find you sooner or later. Almost as soon as Yihiko finished his words and moved, Duan Lingtian spoke again. His tone was cold and indifferent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished his words, 5 colorful beams of light suddenly appeared around his feet. The power of the 5 divine elements swept out and intertwined together to form a colorful cage, trapping Duan Lingtian inside. Before Master Mi Yen could touch Duan Lingtian, the 5-colored cage began to tremble violently. Then, a spatial tear appeared in the air. It seemed to contain a terrifying devouring force as it swallowed the 5-colored cage in one gulp. Although Mi Xian had arrived before the space crack closed, he did not dare to follow in. Behind the space crack was space turbulence. Even if he was a divine king, it would be dangerous for him to enter recklessly. Moreover, even if he took the risk to follow Duan Lingtian, the chances of him catching up to Duan Lingtian was very slim. This was because the spatial turbulence was constantly flowing behind the spatial tear. Anyone or anything that entered the spatial tear would be transported to an unknown place by the spatial tear in just a blink of an eye. Wu Hongqing and Tathagata only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian left and the space crack closed. Naturally, their eyes shone with disbelief. Benefactor Duan. He managed to escape? Tathagata felt as though he was dreaming. When he thought about what had happened, he realized Duan Lingtian must have left the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall was located to come to Yanhuang Realm, which was also Tathagata's hometown, to set up a trap. The 5 divine elements were Duan Lingtian's trump card. Inconceivable. Inconceivable. All 5 of the divine elements are actually coexisting peacefully with one another and serving him? Tathagata could tell. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to escape from Wu Hongqing and Yahiko, the pavilion master of the Tidal Temple and the patriarch of the Dead Spirit Clan, was due to the joint attack of the 5 divine elements. That method was more like a kind of spirit formation. It was so interconnected that it was impossible to guard against it. He managed to escape. Wu Hongqing's expression darkened. He did not expect things to turn out this way. If Tathagata could figure it out, how could he not? For this reason, he was filled with regret. Why had he been deceived by Duan Lingtian? Why had he brought Duan Lingtian to this mundane realm? If they were in the Tidal Temple's main temple, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to escape, even if he could kill Yahiko. Chapter 3545. Back to the time when Duan Lingtian had tricked Wu Hongqing and the others into coming to the Yanhuang realm. When Feng Qingyang's clone had self-destructed, Duan Lingtian had successfully evaded Wu Hongqing and the others. He wanted to leave the Tidal Temple's main hall, but he was stopped halfway. At that time, he could only take the risk of contacting the 5 divine elements in his little world. Due to this, the world-cleansing divine water had left his little world. Little Tian, this realm is the headquarters of the Tidal Temple. There are countless formations and restrictions here. Even if we join forces, we won't be able to help you escape unless we can leave this realm. At that time, the world-cleansing divine water had told Duan Lingtian, "It's best if you leave this realm and head to the mundane realm. The spatial barrier in the mundane realm is the weakest. If you're in the mundane realm, we'll definitely be able to help you escape. Of course, that's only if you're in the mundane realm." At this moment, Duan Lingtian had come up with a plan to use the 5 divine elements as bait to lure Wu Hongqing and the others to the Yanhuang realm or his second home, the Saint Province realm. When he told the world cleansing divine water about his plan, the world cleansing divine water agreed with him. Although it's risky, it's the best plan for now. In truth, this plan was not easy to implement. After all, as long as Lord Yahiko possessed his body, he would be able to take everything from him, including his memories. For this reason, Duan Lingtian thought of Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple. Even if Lord Yahiko obtained all of his memories, he might not tell Wu Hongqing the truth. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to ask Wu Hongqing and Lord Yahiko to personally send him back to the mundane realm. It just so happened that the world-cleansing divine water had left the little world in his body. Therefore, he used the world-cleansing divine water as bait to lure Wu Hongqing and the others away from the realm where the title temple's main hall was located. After that, they arrived at the Yanhuang realm. Duan Lingtian had deliberately chosen an uninhabited planet because he was worried that Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian would destroy the planet in a fit of rage. If there was life on that planet, wouldn't it be dragged down by him? I will cooperate with them and set up the 5 elements soul-devouring array next to your soul. As long as Yahiko the Lord dares to forcibly take over your body, he won't be able to return. Killing Yahiko was one of the plans of the world-cleansing divine water. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other 4 divine elements had to lend a hand. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived at the barren planet, he opened the gate to the small world in his body and released the other 5 divine elements. Since it was a matter of life and death for Duan Lingtian, the 5 divine elements did not dare to be careless. Although they can continue to follow Duan Lingtian's body after Master Yahiko took over Duan Lingtian's body, they can still follow Duan Lingtian's body. However, who knew what would happen in the future? Moreover, since they had sentience, it was only natural that they had feelings for Duan Lingtian. They would not allow Duan Lingtian's soul to be destroyed. For this reason, they worked very hard to carry out the plan. Even the chaos divine earth, which had always been frivolous and childish, had become serious at this moment. After we kill Master Yahiko, they will be stunned for a short time. During that time, we will arrange the 5 elements escape divine formation and send you into the turbulent space behind the space barrier. You will drift in there and go to other mundane planes. This was the second plan of the world cleansing divine water. In the end, both plans worked. Duan Lingtian managed to escape from Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian, the patriarch of the dead spirit clan. After the spatial tear closed, the barren planet returned to its peaceful state. Ah! Mi Xian roared. Powerful soul energy surged out of his body and gathered the heaven and earth spirit chi around the barren planet. The heaven and earth spirit chi compressed the planet and reduced it to dust in just a blink of an eye. Although the dead spirit clansmen could only use soul energy to attack, their powerful soul energy allowed them to communicate with the heaven and earth spirit chi and use material attacks. For this reason, Mi Xian destroyed a planet many times larger than Earth with just a thought. This mundane realm is Duan Lingtian's hometown, right? Mi Xian was still furious. If that's the case, I'll destroy this mundane realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Mi Xian's body trembled. At this moment, Tathagata's expression changed. He hastily stopped Mi Xian. God King Mi Xian, I advise you not to do this. HM? Mi Xian looked at Tathagata with burning eyes. You want to stop me? Do you have the ability to stop me? Although I'm not interested in possessing you, it's easy for me to kill you. A hint of killing intent could be heard in Mi Xian's voice. God King Mi Xian, I don't want to stop you. I just want to advise you. This mundane realm is called Yanhuang realm. Many of the people who ascended to the Devata realms, including those whom I have to address as seniors, have gone to the realms of gods. Many of them are divine emperors or stronger. They value their hometown very much. If you attack Yanhuang realm, they'll definitely sense it. Even if they can't come to the realms of gods for now, they won't let this matter rest until the passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms is opened. Tathagata said, Tathagata was one of the people who left Yanhuang realm and made a name for themselves in the Devata realms. Yu Haotian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. Gong Sun Xianyuan, the heaven's equal celestial emperor. Sun Wukong, the three-eyed celestial emperor. Yang Jian, and many others. Duan Lingtian was one of the people who left Yanhuang realm. Apart from that, there were also many people who left Yanhuang realm and went to the realms of gods. Great Emperor Pango, Great Emperor Niwa, and the 3 pure ones were among those who left Yanhuang realm. God King Mi Xian, what Temple Master Tathagata said is true. At the same time, Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Title Temple, finally calmed down a little. "We can't touch the Yanhuang realm," Wu Hongqing said. "At least half of the experts who left Yanhuang realm and went to the realms of gods are godly emperors, and some of them are even stronger than that. If you make a move on Yanhuang realm, those godly emperors will be enraged, even if the dead spirit clan hides in the netherworld. I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death. Even you, God King Mixian, won't be able to escape death." Among the god-level masters who came out of Yanhuang realm, there are no less than two. Both of them are skilled in the art of divination. They can even predict the whereabouts of ordinary gods and god kings very accurately. Naturally, the Tidal Temple had a deep understanding of some special, mundane realms. For example, the Yanhuang realm was one of the most unique, mundane realms in the records, left behind by the Tidal Temple. Many powerhouses were born there, and many of them were famous in the Devata realms and realms of gods. Tathagata, the temple master of the Tidal Temple's Xianyuan Heaven Branch, was one of them. Humph! If Tathagata's words were of no use to Mixian, then he had no choice but to take Wu Hongqing's words seriously. After all, Wu Hongqing was the temple master of the Tidal Temple, a supreme force with a long history in the Devata realms. "I'll track down Feng Qingyang's soul and kill Feng Qingyang to avenge my brother." Mixian's figure gradually disappeared. "As for Duan Lingtian, one day I'll turn him into ashes to appease my brother's soul." A hint of greed flashed in Wu Hongqing's eyes as soon as Mixian disappeared. He suddenly remembered the 5 divine elements that Duan Lingtian possessed. Temple Master Tathagata. At the same time, Mixian looked at Tathagata and said in a deep voice, "Please don't tell anyone that Duan Lingtian possesses 5 divine elements. If I find out that you're lying, you should know what I'm capable of." "Don't worry, Temple Master. I know what to do." How could Tathagata not know what Wu Hongqing was thinking? He must have wanted to monopolize the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's possession. In fact, he was also shocked by the fact that Duan Lingtian possessed the 5 divine elements. He did not expect the young fellow who came from the same mundane realm as him would be able to obtain the 5 divine elements in just a short span of 700 years. Furthermore, those 5 divine elements were clearly not ordinary divine elements. Instead, they were all high-level divine elements. Even Tathagata was tempted. Naturally, he knew he was not interested in the 5 divine elements. Based on the current situation, even if he obtained them, it would not be a good thing for him. "All right," Wu Hongqing nodded. "If I can successfully take all 5 divine elements from him in the future, I'll consider giving you the Chaos Divine Earth. At that time, you can come to the main temple and be a deputy temple master." "Thank you, Temple Master." Tathagata repeatedly thanked Wu Hongqing. However, he knew Wu Hongqing's wish would not come true so easily. He was a Buddhist and he believed in fate. The fact that Duan Lingtian was able to come this far and escape under such circumstances proved that he was a person with great luck and fortuitous encounters. Even if the Tidal Temple tried to obstruct him, it would not be able to stop him from rising. In fact, Tathagata was already thinking to himself, since he had regained control of his body, he would not make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian in the future. Moreover, Duan Lingtian would not blame him for Master Yahiko's actions. "Temple Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Tathagata bid farewell to Wu Hongqing and left. While Tathagata and Wu Hongqing left the Yanhuang realm one after another, Duan Lingtian, with the help of the 5 divine elements, arrived at a completely unfamiliar mundane realm. Chapter 3546. I'm safe now. Duan Lingtian was carried by the 5 divine elements through the turbulent space. He was like a lone boat in a stormy sea. Throughout the entire process, he was filled with trepidation. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he finally tore through space and appeared in a mundane realm. As for the 5 divine elements, they had destroyed his little world when they sent him to the mundane realm. Even though our current form has evolved to an extremely high level, we still expended a lot of energy in this attack. First, we destroyed the soul of an intermediate deity. Then, we helped you enter the space turbulence and even helped you enter another dimension. We need to rest and recuperate for a period of time. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. You should be more careful in the future. Don't put yourself in danger again. We won't be able to do anything even if something similar happens to you while we're asleep. A hint of seriousness could be heard in the world-cleansing divine water's voice as it spoke. I understand, Duan Ling Tian replied. At the same time, his expression turned completely solemn. Naturally, he knew it was all thanks to the 5 divine elements that he was able to escape. If it were not for the 5 divine elements, even if he managed to escape from the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall was located, he would not have been able to escape death in the mundane realm. Perhaps his body would still be alive, but it would no longer be under his control. It would be under someone else's control. Master's main body should be fine, right? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. The first thing he did was to leave the mundane realm and return to the solitary destructive heaven to see if he could contact his master. His master had told him that his main body would leave the Azura Hell and return to the solitary destructive heaven after he became a celestial king. Now that his master's main body had made a breakthrough, could it be that his master's main body had returned to the solitary destructive heaven? Swoosh! When Duan Ling Tian reappeared in the solitary destructive heaven, he sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang. However, he did not receive any response. Then he sent a message to Hualao. Upon receiving Duan Ling Tian's message, Hualao's spirits were lifted. Young Mansion Master, I'm glad you're fine. Lord Mansion Master has asked me and Meng Luo to bring your family and friends out of the heavenly palace. They're currently north of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief when he saw his parents, Huan Er's parents, his wife Li Fei, his daughter, Duan Xiling, and his son, Duan Yan Tian. After escaping, the first thing he did was to return to the solitary destructive heaven. Other than worrying about his master's safety, he was also worried about the safety of his family. Now that he saw that his family was fine, the huge stone hanging in his heart gradually fell down. Where's Master? Why can't I contact him? Duan Ling Tian asked. In the heavens, in the Heavenly Emperor. The heavens, in the heavens. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Was the heavens not one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms where the dead spirit clan was from? His master had gone to the heavens in the heavens. What for? Even if his master was a celestial king, it was unrealistic for him to seek revenge on the dead spirit clan, right? Rumor had it that the dead spirit clan was a powerful clan that had high-grade celestial kings. The heavens and the heavens were one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. This was not Feng Qingyang's first time in the heavens in the heavens. Previously, he had come to the heavens to explore the heavens and search for treasures. Now he was only here to deliver information. The dead spirit clan. After a while, Feng Qingyang learned about the whereabouts of the dead spirit clan. However, he did not show himself. Instead, he asked someone else to show himself. At the same time, he asked someone to pass a floating image pearl to the supreme elders of the dead spirit clan. The dead spirit clan had been extremely peaceful. However, with the arrival of the person entrusted by Feng Qingyang and the floating mirror image recorded in the floating image pearl that Feng Qingyang passed to them, the entire dead spirit clan was shocked. Yihiko has possessed a human body. After seeing the floating image pearl, the grand elders of the dead spirit race immediately gathered all of the dead spirit race clansmen and publicly announced this news. Not only did the current patriarch of the dead spirit race, Mi Xian, know about this, he even helped him possess a human's body. Now, I declare that Mi Xian is no longer the patriarch of the dead spirit race. At the same time, Mi Xian is expelled from the dead spirit race and will never be accepted again. Floating image pearls could be faked. However, the grand elders of the dead soul race were all high god kings. If it was a fake floating image pearl, they would be able to see through it immediately. Because the floating image pearls were real, they were furious. They felt that Mi Xian and Yahiko had crossed the bottom line of the dead spirit race and disregarded the safety of the dead spirit race. At the same time, 2 of us will head to the Devata realms to kill Yahiko. If Mi Xian is dragged down by Yahiko and possesses a human's body, we won't just target Yahiko, we'll target him as well. The grand elders of the dead spirit clan were determined. While the members of the dead spirit race were shocked by the news brought by the grand elders, their will was the same as the grand elders because they had been brainwashed since they were young. Any member of the dead spirit race who possessed a corporeal body should die. Little Tian is still alive. Feng Qingyang was about to leave the undead world when he took out the soul pearl of his only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. He sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian's soul pearl was still intact. Although Duan Lingtian had self-destructed his clone from the law of earth to pave the way for his true disciple, Duan Lingtian, he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to escape. In fact, Duan Lingtian had even thought of avenging his disciple, Duan Lingtian. After leaving the undead world and returning to the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang instinctively sent a message to Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would reply. "Master, I'm with Hulao." As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Feng Qingyang learned of Duan Lingtian's current whereabouts. "Master, the god king of the dead spirit clan, Mi Xian, is probably tracking you by now. I think it's safer for you to return to the Azure Hell," Duan Lingtian suggested. Although he was confident in his master, the god king of the dead spirit clan, Mi Xian, was at least a middle god king. Moreover, he was a special life form that specialized in soul attacks. It was only natural that his master would find it difficult to deal with him, since he had just broken through to the God King realm. "I can return to the Azura Hell with peace of mind now that I've confirmed that you're fine," Feng Qingyang transmitted. Clearly, Duan Lingtian was the main reason he had not returned to the Azura Hell yet. "Don't worry, Master. I'm fine," Duan Lingtian replied. "How did you manage to escape?" Feng Qingyang asked. Since the Tidal Temple's main hall was created by the supreme expert who created the Tidal Temple, it should have been very difficult for you to escape from that realm. Initially, he had chosen to detonate his Earth elemental clone because he wanted to take a gamble and see if he could carve a way out for his disciple. In truth, he did not hold much hope that it would work. However, under those circumstances, he had no other choice. He was surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to escape from the Azura Hell. "Master, it was the 5 divine elements in my body that worked together to help me break through the space of that plane and escape," Duan Lingtian replied. 5 divine elements. Feng Qingyang's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked in concern, "You didn't expose your 5 divine elements, right?" "No," Duan Lingtian replied without any hesitation. In his opinion, this was a white lie. Although his master strength was not bad and he had already broken through to the immortal king realm, not only was his divine soul injured, but he also needed some time to recover. Even his Earth Law avatar also needed time to reform. Apart from that, his master was also threatened by Mi Xian, the god king of the dead spirit clan. Under such circumstances, he did not want his master to worry about him. For this reason, he did not mention that his 5 divine elements had been exposed. "That's good." Feng Qingyang sighed in relief when he heard this. At the same time, he said to Duan Lingtian, "I'll head to the Azura Hell now. If you have any problems, you can look for me in the realm where the Azura Hell is. Once you're there, just send me a message and I'll receive it." "All right." After Duan Lingtian replied, Feng Qingyang returned to the Azura Hell as soon as possible. Almost as soon as Feng Qingyang disappeared into the Azura Hell, a crimson light flashed outside the Azura Hell, and an illusory human figure appeared. It was the patriarch of the dead spirit clan, an intermediate god king, Mixian. Damn it, I was just one step away. Mixian's tone was very low, his voice slightly trembling from extreme anger. It's a pity that I'm only a god king, so I can only track him through the souls I've personally come into contact with. If I become a god emperor, I'll be able to track him through the soul imprints left on the soul orbs of those below the god emperor realm. In truth, the person Mixian wanted to kill the most was not Feng Qingyang, but Duan Lingtian, who had single-handedly killed his younger brother, Yihiko. It was not difficult for him to obtain the soul pearl that contained Duan Lingtian's soul imprint. However, the problem was that with his current cultivation base, he did not have the ability to find the other party through the soul imprint left on the soul pearl. It was said that only a handful of celestial lords in the dead spirit clan were able to do that. Using the soul imprint on the soul orb, he could track the owner of the soul imprint. Chapter 35-47. Most of the members of the dead spirit clan had reached the peak of the high God King stage. However, in the long history of the dead spirit clan, there were some who had obtained fortuitous encounters that allowed them to break through to the divine emperor stage. To be more precise, their souls had entered the divine emperor stage. At this time, they discovered that the dead spirit clan had a special ability. They could use the soul mark left on the soul pearl by those below the divine emperor realm to track them down. For this reason, there were many powerful forces in the realms of gods who were willing to hunt down members of the Spectre clan who were at the God Emperor realm and above. This was because such existences could provide them with accurate tracking services and could be of great use at critical moments. For this reason, once a member of the dead spirit clan became a divine emperor, they would either hide their cultivation base or leave the dead spirit clan. After all, every once in a while a powerful force in the realms of gods would send experts to the netherworld to see if there were any members of the dead spirit clan who had broken through to the divine emperor stage. If they found any, they would kidnap them. The dead spirit clan was only a small clan in the netherworld. Naturally, they were powerless against the experts from the powerful forces in the realms of gods. Feng Qingyang, I'd like to see how long you can hide in the Azura Hell. In the end, Mixian left the Azura Hell and returned to the Devata realm before he returned to the netherworld where the dead spirit clan was. Feng Qingyang's cultivation speed is ridiculously fast. I can't let my guard down. If I'm not a high god king by the time he becomes a medium god king, I won't be able to kill him even if I can track him down. Mixian's heart sank when he thought about this. Initially, he thought that returning to the clan and feeling the atmosphere of the clan would make him feel better. However, to his surprise, as soon as he returned to the dead spirit clan, two powerful figures appeared and intercepted him. Mixian was stunned. Elder Michin, Elder Miyu, what's the meaning of this? Right now, the ones blocking Mixian were two of the death spirit race's grand elders. They were both high god kings, and any one of them was stronger than Mixian. If they wanted to kill Mixian, even 100 Mixians would not be able to escape death. Mixian, you have been expelled from the dead spirit race. Mi Chen said indifferently, expelled from the dead spirit clan. Hearing this, Mixian was stunned at first. Then his expression changed drastically. The first person he thought of was Feng Qingyang. It was most likely that Feng Qingyang knew about the taboo of the dead spirit race and had come to inform them about the grand elder of the dead spirit race, about his younger brother Yihiko possessing a human body, and that he was an accomplice. Elder Mi Chen, why? Mi Xian forced himself to calm down and asked in a low voice, his expression changing drastically. Mi Xuan, don't you know what you and Yihiko have done? Mi Chen's gaze turned cold, and his tone turned gloomy. Hearing Mi Chen's words, Mi Xian knew that his worries had come true. As expected, Feng Qingyang had told the grand elders of the dead spirit race about what he and Yihiko had done. Under such circumstances, it was not impossible for the grand elders to expel him from the dead spirit race. Elder Mi Qin, Elder Mi Yu. Mi Xian's body shook violently as waves of restless energy swept out. What happened? Even if you want to expel me from the dead spirit race, shouldn't you at least give me an explanation? As soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, Miu, who had been silent all this while, shook his head and said, Mi Xian, it's already come to this. There's no need for you to play the fool. Yihiko's possession of a human's body may have only been a partial possession, but it was a violation of the rules of the dead spirit race and should be executed. But you, after learning of this, not only did you not put righteousness before family, you allowed him to possess another human's body, and even helped him do so. Mi Yu's voice turned cold. For doing such a thing, not only do you no longer deserve to be the patriarch of the dead spirit race, you don't even deserve to stay in the dead spirit race. Who is slandering me? Slandering my little brother Yan? Mi Xian asked in a low voice. His emotions were so agitated that those who did not know might think that he had been wrongly accused. Do you have proof? Do you have any proof? Although Mi Xian felt that there was evidence that the dead spirit race had removed him from his position as clan leader and expelled him from the dead spirit race before he had returned, he still couldn't help but ask. Even if he had to die, he wanted to die with a clear conscience. You want proof? Mi Yu sneered. Then, with a thought, a floating image pearl appeared out of thin air and reflected a series of images. The images were of what had happened in the main hall of the Tidal Temple, when Yihiko had tried to possess Duan Lingtian. Mi Xian had helped Yihiko deal with Feng Qingyang and helped Yihiko in the process. Not only were there images, but there was also sound. You're not going to say that this is a fake floating image pearl, are you? Mi Yu's sneer deepened. If you really want to say that, I advise you to keep your mouth shut. You're just taking us for fools. Was Mi Xian going to say that the floating image pearl in front of him was a fake? Of course not. If this floating image pearl was a fake, not only would he be able to tell, but the grand elders of the dead spirit race would be able to as well. Elders. Mi Xian's tone softened. Now that my little brother Yan is dead, this matter should come to an end, right? In the dead spirit race, there shouldn't be anyone more suitable to be patriarch than me, right? Give me a chance. I will lead the dead spirit race to new glory. Not only did Mi Xian not want to leave the dead spirit race, but he also wanted to return to the dead spirit race and become patriarch. Mi Xian, do you think this is child's play? Mi Yu sneered. You've been expelled from the dead spirit race. From now on, the dead spirit race no longer welcomes you. If you dare to enter again, we will not hesitate to use force to expel you. Also, if you possess a physical body outside, the dead spirit race will still hunt you down according to the rules of the race. You should conduct yourself with dignity. As soon as Mi Yu's voice fell, he stepped aside. Please. When Mi Xian left, he had almost lost his soul. He had never imagined that his departure would be permanent. The dead spirit race had abandoned him. Was he wrong? He admitted that he was wrong. However, was there a need to punish him so severely? He had never thought that possessing a human body was the right thing to do. He had only helped Yihiko to possess a human body because of their brotherhood. Moreover, he had told Yihiko that it was the last time he would help him because of their brotherhood. He had never forgotten that he was a member of the dead spirit race and the patriarch of the dead spirit race. However, what did he get in the end? The dead spirit race had removed him from the position of patriarch and expelled him from the dead spirit race. Good. Since you think I'm wrong, since the dead spirit race thinks I'm wrong, I, Mi Xian, will make the best of it. I, Mi Xian, will possess a human body and return to the dead spirit race. I will devour all of you and break through to the God Emperor realm. At that time, Even if Feng Qingyang manages to break out of the Azura hell, he'll still be a piece of cake to me. Not long after leaving the dead spirit race, Mi Xian's aura was no longer as weak as before. He was full of vitality. Now I need a human body. Although Duan Lingtian's body isn't bad, it's extremely strange. Brother Yan was actually killed by him during the possession process. Moreover, since he killed Brother Yan, I don't have to consider his body when I want to tear him into pieces. Mi Xian muttered to himself after he left the dead spirit world and returned to the Devata realm. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not hear Mi Xian's muttering. Otherwise, he would have found it funny. Did Mi Xian think he could possess him just because he wanted to? He was delusional. I'll look for Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. As the palace master of the Tidal Temple with the longest legacy, he must have a good candidate for me to possess. In the end, Mi Xian went to the Tidal Temple's branch in the Devata realm he was in. As soon as Zhang Xian arrived at the Tidal Temple sub-hall, the hall masters of the sub-halls did not dare to take him lightly. They immediately contacted the main hall. Soon after, Mi Xian met with Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. King Mi Xian, is there something you need from me? Wu Hongqing asked without beating around the bush. Mi Xian's eyes flashed with greed as he looked at Wu Hongqing. If he could, he would possess Wu Hongqing. Once he possessed Wu Hongqing, the entire Tidal Temple would become his backyard. However, he knew it was only a dream. If he wanted to possess someone completely, the difference in strength between him and the other party must be too great. For example, his younger brother, Yahiko, as a lesser-ranked deity, had failed to possess Tathagata, who had yet to become a deity. All he could do was take control of the body. If he had been an intermediate-ranked deity at that time, he would have succeeded. Due to the difference in strength between a lesser deity and a 10 Directions celestial emperor, he had failed. However, the difference in strength between him and Wu Hongqing was even greater now. Even if he was a higher god king, he was not confident he could possess Wu Hongqing completely. As for now, not to mention completely possessing Wu Hongqing, even half possessing Wu Hongqing and seizing control of Wu Hongqing's body would be very difficult. For this reason, he could only give up on the idea of possessing Wu Hongqing. I want to possess an outstanding human. The Tidal Temple has a long history in the Devata realms and has an extensive information network. You should be able to provide me with information about this, right? Mi Xian did not beat around the bush and stated his purpose. Wu Hongqing was, naturally, taken aback by Mi Xian's words. King Mi Xian, based on your behavior, it seems like you have no intention of possessing a human's body, right? Why do you seem interested in possessing a human's body now? In Wu Hongqing's opinion, if Mi Xian had intended to possess a human's body, Duan Lingtian's body would have been the best choice. Mi Xian, on the other hand, was not interested in Duan Lingtian at all. It was possible to say that Mi Xian was doing this out of consideration for the brotherhood between him and Yahiko, but he didn't believe it. This was because he felt that, in front of absolute benefits, the brotherhood between the dead spirit clansmen was nothing. Chapter 3548 Temple Master Wu. Mi Xian looked at Wu Hongqing and asked indifferently, as the temple master of the Tidal Temple with the longest legacy in the Devata realms, you must be very knowledgeable. You should know the dead spirit clan's attitude toward clansmen who possess corporeal bodies, right? Yes. Wu Hongqing nodded. Apart from that, he also knew the dead spirit clansmen who were at the divine emperor stage or above were highly valued by powerful forces in the realms of gods. Moreover, if a dead spirit clansman who was at the divine emperor stage or above appeared in an auction in the realms of gods, they would be sold for a sky-high price. Therefore, he knew a lot about the dead spirit clan. I'm the patriarch of the dead spirit clan, Mi Xian continued to say when he saw Wu Hongqing nodding. To be more precise, I was the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan before I helped Brother Yin possess the body of a human boy called Duan Lingtian. When Mi Xian said this, Wu Hongqing jumped in fright. This was something he hadn't known about. Previously, when he learned that Tathagata, the Shenyuan heaven branch of the Title Temple, had been possessed by a member of the Dead Spirit race, he was already very surprised because he knew the taboo of the Dead Spirit race. Any member of the Dead Spirit race who dared to possess a physical body would be hunted down by the Dead Spirit race. When Mi Xian had appeared to help Yahiko, he had assumed they were on the same side. However, after witnessing Mi Xian's strength and seeing how Mi Xian did not seem interested in Duan Lingtian's body and allowed Yahiko to possess it, Wu Hongqing instinctively felt Mi Xian had followed the Dead Spirit clan's rules to a certain extent. He had only helped Yahiko out of consideration for their brotherhood. However, when Mi Xian said he was the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan, he was shocked. Mi Xian is the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan? Not only did the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan not follow the rules of the Dead Spirit clan by killing a Dead Spirit clansman who possessed a corporeal body, but he even helped a Dead Spirit clansman possess a human body? This was the biggest joke in the world. Divine King Mi Xian. Now, Wu Hongqing finally understood why Mi Xian wasn't interested in Duan Lingtian's body at all. It turned out that Mi Xian was the patriarch of the Spectre race. As the patriarch of the Spectre race, helping someone take over a human's body was already very ridiculous. If he took over a human's body, would he still want to continue being the patriarch of the Spectre race? You mean you are no longer the patriarch of the Dead Spirit race? Wu Hongqing asked. If I were still the chief of the Dead Spirit race, do you think I would come to you and ask you to help me search for human bodies to possess? Mi Xian asked, looking deeply at Wu Hongqing. Because of Yahiko? Wu Hongqing asked. Because of Feng Qingyang. Mi Xian said in a low voice. He entered the netherworld and informed my clan about Yahiko's possession of a human's body. He told my clan members about me and Yahiko's possession of a human's body. I have been removed from my position as the patriarch by several grand elders of my clan and expelled from the Dead Spirit race. Feng Qingyang? Wu Hongqing was stunned. Even if he knew about the Dead Spirit race's rules and went to the netherworld to inform the Dead Spirit race without evidence, even if your clan members suspected you, they couldn't have removed you from your position and expelled you, right? What if there is evidence? Mi Xian asked. Evidence? What evidence? Although he saw you attack with his own eyes, what he saw was only a law avatar. Moreover, it self-destructed on the spot. He couldn't have taken anything with him. Wu Hongqing asked, puzzled. He has the mother-child floating image pearls personally inscribed by a divine emperor from a realm of gods. Although the child pearl is destroyed, everything recorded in it has been transmitted to the mother pearl. You should know that the mother-child floating image pearls are made of special materials that can transmit information across realms. Mi Xian said in a low voice. What? Wu Hongqing was shocked. Feng Qingyang has the mother-child floating image pearls personally inscribed by a divine emperor or higher. The mother-child floating image pearls were items from the realms of gods. Only a divine emperor or higher could inscribe them. Moreover, the mother-child floating image pearls in the realms of gods were different from the floating image pearls in the Devata realms and the ordinary floating image pearls in the realms of gods. The latter two could only record images and not sound. Even in the realms of gods, not everyone had the mother-child floating image pearls. However, Feng Qingyang, who had not been to the realms of gods, had the mother-child floating image pearls in his possession? He must have obtained them in the Azura Hell. Mi Xian's voice grew darker. I'm afraid even the Title Temple doesn't have many mother-child floating image pearls, right? After all, this thing can only be used once. It can't be used repeatedly. Yes. Wu Hongqing nodded. Although the Title Temple had many floating image pearls that had been passed down for generations, most of them had already been used. There were only 4 pairs that were still in use. Since Feng Qingyang became a god in the Azura Hell, it means he had a fortuitous encounter there. It's not strange for him to obtain the mother-child floating image pearls. Moreover, I tracked his soul and chased him all the way to the entrance of the Azura Hell. He entered the Azura Hell again. It seems like he's treating the Azura Hell as his backyard. Mi Xian's voice was filled with exasperation when he spoke. He's hiding in the Azura Hell again? Wu Hongqing was speechless. He did not expect Feng Qingyang would enter the Azura Hell again. It's obvious Feng Qingyang must have encountered a fortuitous encounter to become a lesser god king in such a short time. That fortuitous encounter must be in the Azura Hell. With his past progress, if he continues in the future, I'm afraid it won't be long before he surpasses you, divine King Mi Xian. As Wu Hongqing spoke, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. I know, Mi Xian replied calmly. As long as I have an excellent human body, it'll be difficult for him to catch up to me. God King Mi Xian, you want to... Wu Hongqing's eyes narrowed and his heart trembled. He had already guessed what Mi Xian wanted to do. Temple Master. Just as Wu Hongqing was guessing what Mi Xian wanted to do, a respectful voice came from outside. Tang, Sanpao requests an audience. Normally, Mi Xian would have smiled when he heard the voice of his successor, Tang Sanpao. However, he could not smile now. Not only that, he replied calmly, I'm not free at the moment. Come find me tomorrow. Wu Hongqing deliberately suppressed his emotions when he said this. But because things had happened so suddenly, Mi Xian still caught a slight change in his emotions, causing Mi Xian's eyes to brighten. In the next moment, Mi Xian's powerful divine consciousness swept out. Please have mercy, God King Mi Xian. That's my successor. If you want a human body, I can find you another one that's not inferior to his. When Mi Xian's divine consciousness swept out, Wu Hongqing knew that Mi Xian would definitely take a fancy to Tang Sanpao's body. Therefore, he hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. There's no need. I'm very satisfied with this body. Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically when he heard Mi Xian's reply. Mi Xian, don't go too far. Do you intend to make an enemy of the title temple? Temple Master Wu, you can just find another successor. Why are you so angry? Mi Xian said indifferently. Then, with a flash of his body, he disappeared without a trace. Tang Sanpao, who had been outside, also vanished without a trace. In a remote mountain range in the solitary destructive heaven, after Duanling Tian returned to his little world, he sent all of his family and friends back to his little world. He even sent Huan, his parents, to his little world. This was also the first time he had allowed his parents, Lian Qiu and Du Xian, into his little world. Naturally, both of them were shocked when they entered. What a unique heaven and earth spiritual energy. Are those the 5 divine elements? Both of them could sense that the heaven and earth spiritual energy in Duan Lingtian's little world was extraordinary. At the same time, they saw the 5-colored light that twined around the divine tree of life. It was none other than the 5 divine elements. The radiance of the 5 divine elements was much dimmer than before. After sending his family and friends into his little world, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. However, his heart was still heavy. Now that Master has been forced into Azura Hell again, my 5 divine elements have been exposed as well. If I'm not mistaken, Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Title Temple, will definitely go crazy and try to steal my 5 divine elements. At this moment, the Space Sword Tao and the Control Tao of the 4 Tao of Heaven and Earth are no longer as important to him and the Title Temple. The most important thing is the 5 divine elements in my little world. After all, those who possess the 5 divine elements will have a much easier time comprehending the 4 Tao of heaven and earth once they become gods. Those who possess high-level 5 divine elements will have a 100% chance of successfully comprehending the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian felt a great sense of danger when he learned that the 5 divine elements had been exposed. Moreover, his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had suffered injuries to his soul due to the battle with the intermediate god king from the dead spirit clan. He had even lost one of his law clones. It would take a long time for his master to fully recover. In other words, Duan Lingtian would have to rely on himself for a long time. The Tidal Temple's intelligence network is spread all over the Devata realms. In the future, I'm afraid the Tidal Temple won't be able to find me if I stay in one place for too long. If I want to improve my strength, I won't just focus on cultivating. I'll have to go out from time to time. Although I've become a 10-direction celestial emperor, I'm still a long way from becoming a god. At the very least, I haven't reached the threshold of godhood yet. It seems like I'll have to go to the 9 Serenities battlefield for the time being. Chapter 3549. Whether it was the Purgatory battlefield or the 9 Serenities battlefield, they were independent realms formed by the collision of realms of the gods every 10,000 years. Unlike the realm of gods was a playground for the strongest. The gods of the realms of gods could kill, rob, and plunder for cultivation resources in the realm of gods. Of course, the realm of gods also contained fortuitous encounters left behind by the strongest of the realms of gods. On the other hand, the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield did not have such benefits. Those who entered the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield could only kill and plunder each other's belongings. Basically, there were no fortuitous encounters in the realm battlefield, since it was a product of the collision between realms of the gods. Similar to the realm battlefield, the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield were formed by the collision of realms of the gods. Both of them were related to supreme powerhouses. However, to supreme powerhouses, the realm battlefield was like their own child that they would spend a lot of effort to nurture. As for the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield, they were like illegitimate children that they did not acknowledge. However, due to the restrictions on one's cultivation base, the realm battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield became places where celestial lords and celestial emperors from the Devata realms could cultivate. For example, Duan Lingtian had visited the Purgatory battlefield in the past. A group of celestial lords, most of whom were powerful titled celestial lords, had gathered in the Purgatory battlefield. Many celestial lords who possessed the 5 divine elements and did not dare to reveal their strength in the Purgatory battlefield. In the past, Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements had greatly improved in the Purgatory battlefield. The Purgatory battlefield was a stage for celestial lords. The 9 Serenities battlefield was a stage for celestial emperors. Celestial emperors who dared to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield were confident in their strength. Most of them were titled celestial emperors, or those who possessed the strength of a titled celestial emperor, but did not obtain a title from the Tidal Temple. In the Devata realms, the Tidal Temple had a ranking system for the strength of the war gods. There were 1-star gods of war, 2-star gods of war, and 9-star gods of war. The minimum requirement to become a 1-star god of war was to become a titled celestial emperor. Although 9-star gods of war were titled celestial emperors who had not attained godhood, their strength was close to that of a god. In the Devata realms, the Tidal Temple has no lack of god-level powerhouses. If a god-level powerhouse comes, I won't be able to fight back at all. Although the Tidal Temple can send people to the 9 Nether Realm, they can only send 10 directions celestial emperors. Even if they're strong, they'll only be 9-star gods of war, or demigods. It was celestial lords of the gods of God of gods of the gods of gods having God. In the Devata realms, unless I find a secluded place to hide, I'll still be in danger. Rather than hiding in a secluded place in a Devata realm, I might as well find a mundane realm to hide in. Duan Lingtian had a clear idea of his current situation. At the same time, he was also very clear about what he needed the most now. Now, what I need the most, besides a place where I can cultivate in peace, is more of a place where I can train. The Nine Serenities battlefield is the most suitable place for me now. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Hualao and Meng Luo before he left. From the beginning until the end, Hualao and Meng Luo watched as Duan Lingtian left. They did not stop him. Even if they did, they would not have been able to stop him. This was because Duan Lingtian's current strength had already surpassed theirs. Hualao, I'm sure you didn't expect that young man from the mundane realm would become so strong after so many years, right? Meng Luo asked Hualao, who was standing next to him. Hualao smiled wryly when he heard Meng Luo's words. That's right. I feel like I've been living like a dog all these years. We have to work hard as well. Otherwise, we'll only grow further and further away from the young palace master and Lord Heavenly Emperor. Meng Luo sighed. The independent realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall was located was also known as the God Realm. This name was given by the founder of the Tidal Temple. Currently, in a vast palace in the Plain of Gods, there are two figures sitting opposite each other in the main hall. There were 2 rows of seats facing each other in the hall. They were on the left and right sides of the door. At this moment, 2 people were sitting in the middle of the 2 rows of seats. The person sitting on the left was none other than Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. The person sitting on the right was a young man. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized the young man as Tang Sanpao, who was by his side during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. Tang Sanpao had another identity. He was the young master of the Tidal Temple. Logically speaking, Tang Sanpao was Wu Hongqing's successor to the Tidal Temple. If the 2 of them were to sit together, even if Wu Hongqing was sitting, Tang Sanpao would have to stand. But now, Tang Sanpao was sitting in front of Wu Hongqing with a swagger. I want to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. Tang Sanpao crossed his legs as he looked at Wu Hongqing and said disrespectfully, I want to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. Wu Hongqing was not displeased by Tang Sanpao's rudeness. Instead, he frowned slightly and asked, Can you enter the 9 Serenities battlefield? Although your cultivation base is only that of a 10-direction celestial emperor, your soul is at the level of an intermediate celestial king. The 9 Serenities battlefield doesn't allow anyone above the level of a god to enter. Not only does it restrict one's cultivation base, but it also restricts one's soul. Upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words, it was clear who Tang Sanpao was. Mi Xian. He was the former clan leader of the Dead Spirit Clan, an intermediate celestial king. Half a year ago, Tang Sanpao had come to look for Wu Hongqing. Mi Xian happened to be there as well. When he discovered Tang Sanpao's body was in good condition, he ignored Wu Hongqing's objections and forcefully possessed Tang Sanpao, causing Tang Sanpao's soul to dissipate. Mi Xian accepted everything in Tang Sanpao's body. Mi Xian accepted everything, including Tang Sanpao's memories and comprehension of the profundities. Wu Hongqing was naturally unhappy that Mi Xian had taken over Sanpao's body without any regard for his advice. However, there was nothing he could do now. Was he supposed to kill Mi Xian, who had taken over Sanpao's body? Moreover, even if he wanted to kill Mi Xian, there was nothing he could do. At most, he could destroy Tang Sanpao's body. After Mi Xian obtained Tang Sanpao's memories, he realized the Tidal Temple would allow him to cultivate smoothly in the future. Therefore, he came to an agreement with Wu Hongqing. I'll definitely kill Duan Lingtian. If I kill him, I only want the clear heaven divine wood of the 5 divine elements in his body. The other 4 divine elements will belong to the Tidal Temple. I only have one request. The Tidal Temple must help my body ascend to godhood in the shortest time possible. Although Mi Xian had possessed Tang Sanpao's body, since Tang Sanpao was only a 9 Palaces celestial emperor, Mi Xian's cultivation base was only at the level of intermediate celestial king. Although Mi Xian's soul was powerful and his soul attacks were powerful, his body's cultivation base could not keep up with his soul's level. For this reason, the titled temple went to great lengths to obtain an exploding element celestial fruit in just a month. After Mi Xian consumed the exploding element celestial fruit, he successfully became a 10 directions celestial emperor 6 months later. Of course, I'm aware of the restrictions in the 9 serenities battlefield. Mi Xian didn't take Wu Hongqing's words seriously. That is why I plan to seal my soul and sneak into the 9 serenities battlefield. The Dead Spirit clan can easily come up with dozens or even hundreds of secret techniques like this. A hint of arrogance could be heard in Mi Xian's voice when he spoke. However, after a few moments, his eyes flashed as though he had recalled something. The arrogance in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a ruthless expression. That's a good idea. Wu Hongqing nodded. However, once your soul is sealed, you won't be able to remove the seal once you enter the 9 serenities battlefield. After all, the rules there forbid the souls of gods and above from entering the battlefield. If you forcefully remove the seal, no one knows the consequences. You'll either be sent out of the 9 serenities battlefield or reduced to ashes. Wu Hongqing's expression turned grave when he finished speaking. Do you think it's necessary for me to remove the seal? Mi Xian asked indifferently. Upon hearing Mi Xian's words, Wu Hongqing's expression froze. He finally remembered the person in front of him was no longer Tang Sanpao. He was Mi Xian, the former patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan and an intermediate god king. Although Tang Sanpao's current cultivation base was only a 10 directions celestial emperor, with the profundities that Mi Xian had comprehended, his strength was comparable to a 9-star god of war. With the strength of a 9-star god of war in the 9 serenities battlefield, even if his soul no longer had an advantage, why would he be afraid of others? I still don't understand. Why do you suddenly want to enter the 9 serenities battlefield? It's meaningless to you. Wu Hongqing asked. No, it's meaningful. Mi Xian shook his head. Although I've taken over this body, my soul isn't very compatible with it. I need to enter the 9 serenities battlefield and fight so my soul can adapt to this body. Only then will I be able to unleash the profundities my soul has comprehended. Right now, although the profundities of laws that my soul has comprehended are powerful, I can't use them perfectly in this body. Wu Hongqing finally understood Mi Xian's intention. In that case, you should make a trip there. When do you plan to leave? I'll send you there. Wu Hongqing asked. Let's do it now. Mi Xian replied. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was in the 9 serenities battlefield, was unaware that Mi Xian, who had destroyed his master Feng Qingyang's law of earth clone, had also come to the 9 serenities battlefield. Moreover, Mi Xian had entered the 9 serenities battlefield with a familiar face. Chapter 3550. At this moment, it had been 2 months since Duan Lingtian entered the 9 serenities battlefield. In the 9 serenities battlefield, during these 2 months, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot about the 9 serenities battlefield. Although the 9 serenities battlefield was similar to the purgatory battlefield in many ways, there were many differences. In the 9 serenities battlefield, many titled celestial emperors would join forces and hunt other titled celestial emperors for their wealth. For this reason, unless one was extremely strong, it would be extremely difficult for one to advance in the 9 serenities battlefield without a strong backer. In fact, one might not even know when one would die. I'll choose the Heaven Tao Alliance then. During these 2 months in the 9 serenities battlefield, Duan Lingtian had encountered more than one assassination attempt. Although he easily dealt with it and even killed his opponents, it was still very troublesome. There were a few times when he wanted to cultivate, so he purposely found a secluded place to cultivate. Who knew he would be disrupted not long after he started cultivating? After discovering that he was cultivating, they would immediately attack him in an attempt to kill him and rob him of his wealth. However, since he was cultivating in the Nine Serenities battlefield, it was only natural that he could not focus on cultivating. Thus, as expected, those people who had launched a sneak attack on him were all killed by him without exception. However, after so many times, Duan Lingtian realized that it was unrealistic to cultivate in the wilderness of the Nine Serenities battlefield. The best way was to join a force. As long as he had his own cultivation room in the force's base, he would be able to cultivate in peace without being disturbed, unless that force was attacked. Therefore, in the past half a month, he had specially inquired about a few of the stronger factions in the vicinity. Among them, there was a faction called the Heavenly Tao Alliance that was the strongest. The other factions in the vicinity had to join hands in order to deal with the annexation of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. There are 2 8-star gods of war in the Heaven Tao Alliance. Ordinary people and forces wouldn't dare to offend the Heaven Tao Alliance. After learning about the Heaven Tao Alliance's strength, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he decided to join the Heaven Tao Alliance. The Heavenly Law Alliance's recruitment is held once a year. The next recruitment will be held in 3 months' time. With a thought, Duan Lingtian did not continue to look for a place to cultivate. Instead, he wandered around the area. As long as he encountered someone who did not have eyes and came forward to provoke him, he would not hold back and kill them. Even if they were to kneel and beg for mercy, it was useless. In a world where the strong were respected, tears were not believed. That was it. Because he would be disturbed even if he cultivated, Duan Lingtian did not continue to look for a place to cultivate. Instead, he wandered around, tempering his combat skills through battle after battle, as well as further comprehending the profundities of the laws and the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Although the improvement was not big, there was still a certain amount of improvement. Moreover, during his slumber, Huang Xiaolong had further comprehended the law of space with the help of the Supreme Master's Godhead. In 3 months, Duan Lingtian had also made a name for himself in the surrounding area. Purple Marquis. Recently, there have been more and more people dressed in purple nearby. I wonder how the people from the other factions are doing. In any case, our Hongtian sect has been avoiding people dressed in purple whenever we see them. We are deeply afraid that it is really Purple Marquis. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, there were some factions that had built cities nearby. In these cities, one could conduct all kinds of transactions and fight. It was no different from the outside of the city. Duan Lingtian had just entered a city called Hongtian City when he heard similar discussions. The person who spoke was the person from the Hongtian sect, the faction behind the city. Is that Purple Marquis really that scary? Someone asked. Of course he is. The person from Hongtian sect continued with a serious expression. That day, I personally witnessed from afar the left guardian of Dharma of the Hechuan sect, Yi Xiang, personally made a move. However, he was instantly killed by Purple Marquis. That Yi Xiang is one of the best among the 5-star gods of war. Oh my God! Instantly killing one of the best among the 5-star gods of war. Even an ordinary 6-star god of war would not be so powerful, right? Isn't that so? Now, we can basically confirm that Purple Marquis is at least one of the best among the 6-star gods of war. He might even be a 7-star god of war. 7-star god of war? Even in your Hongtian sect. Only your sect leader is a 7-star god of war, right? It is precisely because of this that our Hongtian sect has issued an order not to rashly attack people dressed in purple in order to avoid offending Purple Marquis. If Purple Marquis only killed those who offended him, it would be fine. However, I am afraid that after killing those who offended him, Purple Marquis would vent his anger on our Hongtian sect. Your sect leader is a 7-star god of war. He shouldn't be afraid of Purple Marquis, right? Even so, our sect leader can't always be by the side of every disciple of the Hongtian sect, right? As long as Purple Marquis is really a disciple of our Hongtian sect, I am afraid it won't be long before our Hongtian sect disband. Even I am looking forward to it now. I really want to see what Purple Marquis looks like. Even though I saw Purple Marquis kill the left guardian of Dharma of Huchuan sect, I was too far away to see his face clearly. However, his back view is similar to this person dressed in purple. The people of Hongtian sect spoke as they looked at Duan Lingtian's back view. Of course, even though they felt that the person in front of them was the famous Purple Marquis, they didn't think that it was a fake. However, even though they felt that the other party was a fake, they didn't dare to act rashly before they confirmed it. What if the other party wasn't a fake? It was said that those who had attacked Purple Marquis had all died in his hands without exception. Purple Marquis? Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly as a faint smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that after wandering around for 3 months, I would actually make such a name for myself. I wonder if I can join the Heavenly Tao Alliance with this name. Will I have the privilege of joining without passing the test? 3 months passed, and the annual recruitment of the Heavenly Tao Alliance was about to begin. 3 days later, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was heading towards the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Even though killing was everywhere in the 9 Serenities battlefield, many people would get along amicably when they met each other. Of course, the precondition for such a situation was that they didn't know each other's strength and weren't confident in themselves. For example, some experts would just attack anyone they saw. It was either you die or I die. In the past half a month, fewer and fewer people have taken the initiative to attack me. It seems like the name Purple Marquis still has a certain degree of deterrence. However, there are many fakes as well. As he walked through Hongtian City, Duan Lingtian noticed that out of the 10 people he saw, at least half of them were wearing purple. It was as though purple had become the fashion and trend in this area. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was somewhat dumbfounded. Am I considered to be leading the fashion trend in the 9 Serenities battlefield? 2 days later, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base. At this moment, there were already many people gathered outside the mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base. Furthermore, a portion of them were wearing purple. Each of them had an unfathomable expression, as though they were some otherworldly experts. Around these purple-clothed people, there were many people looking at them. Their eyes were filled with doubt and mockery. Do these people think that by pretending to be Purple Marquis, they will be able to obtain preferential treatment in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test? What a joke! A middle-aged man mocked. This is very obvious. A youth beside him also had a mocking expression. Another one has arrived. Following the arrival of Duan Lingtian, many people's gazes landed on him. When those who were wearing purple looked at him, their eyes were filled with disgust. As for those who weren't wearing purple, their gazes were filled with mockery and disdain, as though they couldn't be bothered to be associated with him. Brat, I advise you to leave. Just as Duan Lingtian arrived at the mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base, a blue-clothed youth slowly walked over from afar. With a mocking smile on his face, he said, I just received news that you people who are pretending to be Purple Marquis aren't even qualified to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test. The Heavenly Tao Alliance doesn't recruit fake people. Duan Lingtian looked at the blue-clothed youth who was inexplicably approaching him. With a calm expression, he said, What makes you think that I am a fake? If you are not a fake, then why are you participating in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test? The blue-clothed youth's mocking smile became even more pronounced. A month ago, the Heavenly Tao Alliance sent out an invitation to Purple Marquis. They invited Purple Marquis to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance. As long as Purple Marquis is willing to join, he will become one of the 9 protectors of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Hearing the blue-clothed youth's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be startled. The Heavenly Tao Alliance sent out an invitation to him? He really didn't know about this. Otherwise, why would he wait for 3 months? He would have definitely come a month ago. After all, he wanted to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance so that he could have a place to stay and cultivate without any worries. No one would disturb him, and no one would ambush him to interrupt his cultivation. Is this true? Is what he said true? Where did he get this information from? At the same time, the purple-clothed people who heard the blue-clothed youth's words frowned slightly. As they whispered among themselves, they were all wondering if what the blue-clothed youth said was true or false. If it was true, they still had time to change their robes. However, just as they were hesitating, 3 figures flew out from within the Heavenly Tao Alliance's mountain gate. An old man who was escorted by 2 middle-aged men flew out. The old man was dressed in a long silver robe and had an extraordinary temperament. A pair of white, sword-like eyebrows stretched across his forehead. It's the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan. The moment the old man appeared, someone recognized him. Chapter 35:51. I never expected that the Heavenly Law Alliance's 7th protector, Meng Shan, would personally come out to receive us. After hearing the identity of the person who had come, many people sighed and felt flattered. The Heavenly Law Alliance's 7th protector, Meng Shan. It is said that he is a powerful 7-star god of war. He once killed a person who had just broken through to the 7-star god of war and an outstanding 6-star god of war by himself. At that time, the 2 of them joined forces to deal with Meng Shan. Someone looked at Meng Shan with a burning gaze as he spoke of Meng Shan's past glorious achievements. It was also that battle that made Meng Shan famous. At the same time, this group of people knew that Meng Shan was a powerful 7-star god of war. Under the numerous burning gazes, Meng Shan indifferently swept his gaze over the crowd. In the end, his gaze heavily swept over the group of people wearing purple clothes and indifferently said, "Now, as long as you're wearing purple clothes, you can all leave." The Heavenly Law Alliance does not accept people who cheat. Do you really think that you are the Purple Marquis just by wearing purple clothes? After saying this, Meng Shan sneered. After Meng Shan said this, the expressions of the group of people wearing purple clothes changed. At the same time, they regretted not listening to the blue-robed youth's reminder and changing their purple clothes in time. 7th protector. At the same time, a youth wearing purple clothes looked at Meng Shan and said with an unwilling expression, "I am wearing purple clothes without any intention of impersonating the Purple Marquis. This is because I normally wear purple clothes. Could it be that you want to deprive me of the right to participate in the Heavenly Law Alliance's recruitment test because of my usual habits?" As the young man finished speaking, his tone gradually became heavier, and he seemed to be slightly overbearing. Following that young man's words, the group of purple-clothed people present immediately followed suit. 7th protector. I have no intention of impersonating the Purple Marquis. I am normally wearing this purple robe. Please don't misunderstand. 7th protector. You wearing purple clothes doesn't mean that you are impersonating the Purple Marquis, right? 7th protector. I normally wear purple clothes. Could it be that you want to deprive me of the right to wear purple clothes? Your Heavenly Law Alliance can't be so unreasonable, right? 7th protector. I definitely do not have any intention of impersonating the Purple Marquis. This is because I have always worn purple clothes. After the young man spoke, the scene turned into a wet market. All the purple-clothed people were trying their best to defend themselves, hoping that Meng Shan, one of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, would change his mind and allow them to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test. The Heavenly Tao Union's recruitment test was only held once every year. If they were unable to join the Heavenly Tao Union this time, it was uncertain if they would be able to survive in the Nine Serenities battlefield for the next year. Although they could leave the Nine Serenities battlefield at any time, they were still able to do so. However, since they had already entered, they were naturally unwilling to leave so easily. If they kept thinking about leaving to save their lives, what was the point of entering? If they could join the Heavenly Tao Union, they would be able to obtain more opportunities. It would be much better than fighting alone in the Nine Nether battlefield. Now, they were going to be disqualified from participating in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test just because they were wearing purple clothes. How could they be willing to accept this? Are my words not clear enough? Meng Shan, who was one of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, did not change his expression in the face of the group of purple-clothed people. He glanced at them indifferently and said calmly, "I will give you 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, if you are still within my sight, I don't mind personally killing all of you." Now, 1 breath of time has passed. Almost at the same instant Meng Shan finished speaking, the expressions of the group of purple-clothed people, who were originally speaking confidently, changed greatly. Then, one by one, they turned around and fled into the distance, not saying a single word from the beginning to the end. They did not even have the time to speak. They had 9 breaths of time to leave Meng Shan's sight. Time was of the essence, and none of them dared to play around with their lives. You actually did not flee? Did you take the 7 protectors' words for granted? The blue-clothed young man who was beside Duan Lingtian said with a mocking smile, "Did you think that the 7 protectors were joking? Lad, let me remind you that the 7 protectors' words are as firm as nails." While the blue-clothed young man was mocking Duan Lingtian, the rest of the people's gazes also fell upon Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian was too conspicuous. Now, after the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan, threatened them, the group of nearly 100 people who were wearing purple-clothed left in a grandiose manner. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared behind the clouds on the horizon. Under such circumstances, the only purple-clothed person left at the scene was naturally very conspicuous. There are only 4 breaths of time left. Do you all think that he will leave? He will definitely leave. He probably wants to use the time to disappear before Protector Meng Shan's eyes. However, what's the point of doing so? Maybe he wants Protector Meng Shan to see his courage, so that Protector Meng Shan will think highly of him and give him a chance to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's groom search. The surrounding crowd of people looked at Duan Lingtian and pointed at him as they discussed animatedly in whispers. However, under everyone's gazes, Duan Lingtian still did not move. For breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. Time's up. This person is dead for sure. Is this person not afraid of death? After the 10 breaths of time mentioned by the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, everyone present, including the 2 middle-aged men behind Meng Shan, looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with pity. It was as if they felt that Duan Lingtian was dead for sure. As for Meng Shan, when the time was up, he looked at Duan Lingtian. His originally calm face was instantly covered with a layer of frost, and his whole body emitted a cold aura, giving people a feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Good, very good. Meng Shan looked at Duan Lingtian and said good a few times. His aura became stronger and stronger. It has been a long time since someone ignored my words. Since you want to die, I, Meng Shan, will fulfill your wish. Meng Shan's tone became colder and colder. The instant he finished speaking, he raised his hand and launched an attack. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of a sword whistling, a 3-foot-long blade formed from ice broke through the air. It brought with it a long and narrow sword aura as it flew towards Duan Lingtian. A sharp and cold aura spread through the air. The cold wind that blew towards them brought with it a tyrannical attack, causing the surrounding people to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. Protector Mengshan is indeed one of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors. Even a normal 6-star war god would find it hard to dodge or receive this attack. Unless this person has the strength of a 6-star war god or above, he will definitely die. 6-star war god? That shouldn't be possible, right? Why would a 6-star war god need to follow the rules and participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's annual Zhao Xian examination? The Heavenly Tao Alliance has opened the door for 6-star war gods and above. Any 6-star war god or above can directly enter the Heavenly Tao Alliance and display their strength. As long as they pass the inner demon examination, they will be able to enter the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The words that entered his ears caused Duan Lingtian to be startled. It was fine if he didn't know about the Heavenly Tao Alliance's invitation. He actually didn't know that the Heavenly Tao Alliance had opened the door for 6-star war gods and above. Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that his information was outdated and uninformed. Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood motionless in the face of Meng Shan's sudden attack. It was as if he had given up on resisting. His strength is so weak, yet he still hasn't reacted. He is definitely going to die. Even if he is one of the best 6-star war gods at such a close distance, it is impossible for him to block this attack. He is definitely going to die. Now, everyone looked at Duan Lingtian as if they were looking at a dead man. Xiao! In the blink of an eye, the ice-cold sword beam had already reached Duan Lingtian's forehead. It was only a short distance away from his forehead. At this moment, when most people thought that Duan Lingtian was definitely going to die, Duan Lingtian finally moved. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian casually raised his hand and placed a finger horizontally between his brows. A grayish energy coiled around the finger and forcefully blocked Meng Shan's attack. It was even to the extent that waves of peerlessly fierce energy twisted out from the finger and shattered Meng Shan's icy sword light, step by step. In the blink of an eye, Meng Shan's attack was neutralized. Just when everyone was still in shock, Duan Lingtian flicked his finger and a sword ray shot out as well, heading straight for Meng Shan. Oh my god, he counterattacked. To be able to block Protector Meng Shan's attack with a single finger, he is at least a 7-star war god. Now he is taking the initiative to attack. 7-star war god. Could it be that he is Purple Marquis? Purple Marquis, is it necessary for him to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test with us? Isn't this too degrading? Moreover, didn't the Heavenly Tao Alliance invite him? As long as he is willing to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance, he will be one of the 9 protectors of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. You must know that only 7-star war gods and above have the ability to become a protector of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. By sending out such an invitation, it means that the Heavenly Tao Alliance recognizes Purple Marquis as a 7-star war god. Just when everyone was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength and his counterattack towards Meng Shan, the spatial sword beam shot out from Duan Lingtian's finger and arrived in front of Meng Shan in the blink of an eye. You are Purple Marquis. As Meng Shan cried out in surprise, he calmly made his move, intending to block Duan Lingtian's sword beam. Whoosh! 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 Gusts of cold wind blew past. In the depths of Meng Shan, a wall completely made of ice appeared, blocking in front of Meng Shan. However, as the spatial sword beam flickered, it disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, it was already behind the ice wall, heading straight for Meng Shan. Profound meaning of teleportation? Meng Shan's expression changed slightly. Immediately, he opened his hands wide and threw out an icicle. The icicle was about 10 meters long. When it pierced through the air, it caused the surrounding air to become cold, as if winter had arrived. Chapter 3552. Whoosh! Whoosh! The icicles, which were more than 10 meters long, fell down like the tip of a glacier. They emitted a bone-chilling aura that was mighty and intimidating. This was Meng Shan's all-out attack. However, even with this attack, it was instantly shattered by Duan Lingtian's spatial sword ray. This was because within the spatial sword ray, other than the profound of the law of space, it also contained a trace of the weapon Tao of the four Tao of heaven and earth. It was Duan Lingtian's spatial sword Tao. Bang! Under the gazes of the crowd, a loud explosion sounded out of nowhere. After that, the crowd saw the icicle in Meng Shan's hand shatter into pieces, turning into ice powder that filled the sky. As for the sword beam, it continued forward, sweeping towards Meng Shan. My life is over. Meng Shan's eyes were filled with despair. He no longer had any means to block the spatial sword ray. At the same time, he regretted not taking out his celestial artifact. If he had used his celestial artifact, he would have been able to block the attack. Now, even if he wanted to use his celestial artifact, it was too late. Whoosh! However, just as Meng Shan was in despair, the spatial sword ray flickered and disappeared from between Meng Shan's eyebrows. It was as if it had completely disappeared. Meng Shan, who had survived, was stunned for a moment. Then he bowed and cupped his hands towards Duan Lingtian. I am Meng Shan, one of the 7 protectors of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Thank you, Purple Marquis, for showing mercy. Now, Meng Shan was 100% sure that the person in front of him was Purple Marquis, who had recently become famous in the surrounding area. He had even attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Purple Marquis was a young man who liked to wear purple clothes. He was an expert in the law of space. Everything matched up. The only thing that did not match was Purple Marquis' strength. In the past, the Heavenly Law Alliance had received information that Purple Marquis was only an ordinary 7-star god of war. However, today when he fought with Purple Marquis, he realized that Purple Marquis was not an ordinary 7-star god of war. Instead, he was one of the best 7-star gods of war. He was a top 7-star god of war. He was far from being a match for him. Purple Marquis. Although the people present had suspected that Duan Lingtian was the Purple Marquis earlier, when Meng Shan admitted that Duan Lingtian was the Purple Marquis after he lost the battle with Duan Lingtian, they could not help but be shocked again. Oh my God! Is he really Purple Marquis? Only Purple Marquis would possess such strength. Even Protector Meng Shan is no match for him. The Heavenly Law Alliance's Purple Marquis. Isn't that then an unnecessary action? Maybe he wants to experience the Heavenly Law Alliance's recruitment test? The world of the strong is not something we can understand. Along with the fact that Duan Lingtian was the Purple Marquis being confirmed by Meng Shan, the scene became bustling and shocked as expected. And the blue-robed young man that was mocking Duan Lingtian earlier had an expression that flickered between a livid and ashen expression. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian with fear. He cupped his hands and bowed. With a trembling voice, he said, Purple Marquis, I really did not know your identity. Please forgive me for offending you. Oh, before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Meng Shan's expression changed. He glared at the blue-robed youth and said, Lad, how dare you be rude to Purple Marquis? Don't you know that as long as Purple Marquis is willing to join our Heavenly Law Alliance, he will be our Heavenly Law Alliance's protector? Protector Meng Shan, I did not do it on purpose. I did not know Purple Marquis' identity. The blue-robed youth was so frightened that his face turned pale. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man on the left behind Meng Shan. At this moment, the middle-aged man stood up and said to Meng Shan with a bitter smile, Protector Meng Shan, this is my clan brother. He just arrived at the 9 Serenities battlefield not long ago. I hope you can forgive him. Humph. Meng Shan snorted coldly and did not say anything to the blue-robed youth. It was obvious that he wanted to give face to the middle-aged man behind him. Of course, The most important thing was that he saw Purple Marquis disregard the blue-robed youth. It was obvious that he did not intend to make a fuss about it. Under such circumstances, he decided to do a favor to the subordinate behind him. If Purple Marquis wanted to make a fuss about it, he could only sacrifice the blue-robed youth. Purple Marquis, why have you come to our Heavenly Tao Alliance? The current Mengshan was very enthusiastic. To join the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point, although Mengshan had already guessed it. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but smile bitterly. Our Heavenly Tao Alliance has already sent you an invitation to become one of our 9 protectors. You can just report your name and come to our Heavenly Tao Alliance. There is no need for you to participate in our Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test with them. With your strength, Purple Marquis, participating in our Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test is just a small test. There is no need for you to participate. Mengshan said, I did not hear that you sent me an invitation. Duan Lingtian shook his head and asked, Can I join the Heavenly Tao Alliance now? Of course you can. Without any hesitation, Mengshan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He then made an inviting gesture and said, Purple Marquis, please follow me to meet the Alliance leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The invitation was personally issued by the Alliance leader. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded as he stepped into the air and flew in the direction that Mengshan indicated. At the same time, Mengshan glanced at the 2 middle-aged men behind him and said faintly, I will leave them to the 2 of you. The 2 of you will be in charge of the recruitment test this time. Yes, 7 protectors. The 2 of them replied respectfully and sent off the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors with their gazes as they personally brought the astonishingly powerful Purple Marquis into the Heavenly Tao Alliance's encampment. I really did not expect that Purple Marquis' strength would be so powerful. Even the 7 protectors are no match for him. One of the middle-aged men looked at the other middle-aged man and said with a voice transmission, That's right, he is too powerful. With his strength, I'm afraid that he is not inferior to the 2nd protector. The 2nd protector could not help but sigh with a voice transmission. The group of people who came to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test, including the blue-robed young man, only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared from their sight. Even now, they still felt as if they were dreaming. They had actually met the famous Purple Marquis in such a situation. Furthermore, they had also witnessed Purple Marquis' astonishing strength, which was even more powerful than what the rumors said. The Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, Mengshan, was a 7-star god of war whose strength surpassed that of an ordinary 7-star god of war. However, he was actually not a match for Duan Lingtian, which was truly shocking. On the other side, under Mengshan's lead, Duan Lingtian quickly entered the Heavenly Tao Alliance's encampment. It was a vast valley surrounded by mountains. There were many buildings in the valley, and there were several figures flitting past in the sky. 7th Elder. 7th Elder. Many people brushed past Duan Lingtian and Mengshan. When they saw Mengshan, they all bowed to him. When they looked at Duan Lingtian, their gazes were filled with surprise. This was because Mengshan was too polite to Duan Lingtian. Purple Marquis, have you not joined any faction in the 9 Serenities battlefield? Mengshan curiously asked. In fact, this was also a test. He wanted to see if Purple Marquis was a spy sent by one of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's enemies to infiltrate the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Part of the reason why the Heavenly Tao Alliance invited him was because they wanted to see if there was anything wrong with him. It was hard for anyone not to be suspicious of Purple Marquis' sudden appearance in the region where the Heavenly Tao Alliance ruled. I have only been in the 9 Serenities battlefield for less than half a year. Duan Lingtian spoke. Without waiting for Mengshan's reply, he added, This is my first time in the 9 Serenities battlefield. The reason why I want to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance is because I recently realized that if I don't join a faction, I won't be able to cultivate peacefully in the Nine Serenities battlefield. So that's how it is. Although Meng Shan had an enlightened expression, he was actually doubting the authenticity of Duan Lingtian's words. After all, no one knew if these words were true or not. Purple Marquis, may I know your name? Meng Shan asked curiously. Currently, most people only knew Purple Marquis was Purple Marquis, but they did not know his name, which Devata realm he was from, which faction he belonged to, and whether he was a sectless cultivator. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not plan to conceal his identity in the Nine Serenities battlefield. For this reason, he did not hesitate to answer Meng Shan's question. Good name. Meng Shan praised before he asked. Brother Duan, which Devata realm are you from? The solitary destructive heaven. Are you a sectless cultivator, or are you from a faction in the solitary destructive heaven? The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian answered Meng Shan's question. When Meng Shan heard Duan Lingtian was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he could not help but feel shocked. I only know that the heavenly savage, celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is a powerful 6-star god of war. However, I've never heard of someone like you in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Shan was even more skeptical now. Could it be that Purple Marquis was a spy sent by another faction? How could he be so unprofessional when it came to forging an identity? Everyone knew that apart from the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, the strongest person in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. However, Purple Marquis was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Could it be that he was a hidden trump card of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Although it was possible, it was highly unlikely. We're here. Before they knew it, Meng Shan had brought Duan Lingtian to a spacious mansion in the corner of the valley. He said respectfully, Leader, Purple Marquis is here to join the Heaven Tao Alliance. The spacious mansion was secluded. The surroundings were filled with the fragrance of flowers and chirping birds. Duan Lingtian felt relaxed as he stood outside the mansion. He thought to himself, the leader of the Heaven Tao Alliance sure knows how to enjoy life. Naturally, these were Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Purple Marquis? At the same time, a slightly surprised voice sounded from within the mansion at the right time. Literature Hall, that you're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.